Can the commission here start?
The commission resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, you still under oath?
Yes.
Before you re-examine Mr. Mpofu, there are a few questions that members of the commission would like to put to the witness. Would you like to start?
Mr. Magidiwana, when we were referring to the fence that you said prevented entry to the settlement, is it your evidence that there are no gaps in the fence and no pedestrian gates through which you could have entered?
Magidiwana uthi ngendlela ubeke ngayo phaya bekungekho sixhobo bezikhona indawo ezivulekile imigebe apho beningangena khona phaya emajojombeni.
Azikho.
No, there were none.
And yesterday you said that you could have gone through the fence if you were able to hold the separate strands of wire apart.
Izolo uyawathetha ngokuba phaya efencing bekudinga okokuba omnye ayicindezele omnye ayiphakamise ngaphezulu xa uzakhona ukungena kuyo. Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm sorry, there's a small interpretation issue. The question was the question, but the interpretation basically repeated what the witness had said yesterday, which is that someone you would hold it down and someone else would hold it for you. And so he said yes to that rather than to the question. Don't know if that's clear.
Mr. Mshlangu, would you like to clarify that perhaps?
The question was, he said yesterday if he could only go through the fence if it is held down and somebody...
The wires are held apart.
Yes, which was not part of the question.
And that is exactly what I interpreted, that the one picking it up and the one holding it down.
Yes, you interpreted that because that's what he said yesterday, but the commissioner had not mentioned the thing of someone else picking it up.
I'm sorry for that.
If you would be so kind as to look at slide 194, please, Mr. Magidiwana.
Asingajonga lo mfanekiso 194. Yes.
You recall that your evidence was that initially you tried to go towards the settlement, but that the Inyala was in your way.
And it injongo yenu bekubalekela phaya emajojombeni kodwa ke inyala yayiphambi kwenu apha. Yes.
And you see on that slide that the movement of the group is described in a bit of an arc there.
Uyabona apha babonisa khona okokuba iqela elilahamba kanjani. I see it, yes.
Now, when the Nyala was blocking your way, was there a discussion about which direction to take amongst the groups, or did you just follow the people in front? How did it come about that you went in that direction?
Ngoku ke xa kubonakala inyala nansi ima phambi kwenu kwabakho ingxelo apha kokuba masiphumeni kweli cala ikanene into nje yenzeka okokuba nilandele ababe baphambili.
Zange kuthiwe masiphumeni sibheke ngapha kwa umuntu ze phuma eyazi basikhona ispace esithile kwindawo ethi nje babesivalele kule ndawo.
No, there was no such a discussion as to this is the direction we take. A person would see which side is a space and decide himself to run that way.
So why did you decide to go in that particular direction as opposed to across the veld towards the settlement?
That's he himself.
Yes, you.
Wena ke ngokwakho mfoko wenziwa into nuba wenza isigqibo sokuba ubaleke uphume phaya ungabalekelanga phaya ebaleni elivulekile.
unobangela uba ndibaleke ndiphume ngale ndlela kungoba indawo endihlala kuyo ihamba straight ngale ndlela isuka eMarekana indijikajiki iyondikhupha ngasendlini.
The reason I decided to run in that direction is the way to my residence goes through that way, through Marikana, and it's straight.
Whose decision was it to come in that in that arc formation back in the direction that you did?
Uthi nenziwa yini okokuba nibaleke ngolu hlobo ibhale ngayo le ndawo nijikele phaya?
Into ebangela uba siswaye kulaa ndawo sigityiselwa sesiphoswa amanzi.
The reason we turned around in that arc is because we were being sprayed with water.
Did you just follow the group?
Walandela nje ababeba phambili group.
Ewe.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Enkosi kakhulu.
Mr. Magidiwana, you told us a few days ago that when you were on the koppie, one of the other workers on the koppie mentioned to you that there was no smoke coming from the chimney stacks of the smelter. Do you remember that?
Uyakhumbula kuntsuku ezimbini ezigqithileyo xa ubuza umbuzo apha wathi kukho omnye wabasebenzi phaya entabeni wathetha ukuba akho msi iphuma phaya kwichimney sasemayini.
Loo nto le ndiyithethile ndathi funeka kwathiwa njengoba lo mlungu engadeze kuthi azosixelela uba imali usinika nini funeka nathi ke sihlale kule ndawo ukuze ezanqawe ziqhumayo phaa zike zingaqhumi.
What I said, Mr. Chairperson, was what was said there is that since the employer is not prepared to come to us to tell us when we're getting the money, we should also make it a point that those chimneys that usually smoke stop smoking.
In other words, they couldn't smelt the ore because no platinum ore was being extracted from the mine. Is that correct? Because the rock operators weren't doing their work and no one else was working. Is that correct?
Uchaza into yokokuba xa ndingahlala phaya kungasetshenzwa awunawuqhuma lo amsi phaya ngoba kungekho platinum ezawutshiswa phaya.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is so say.
As long as the strike went on for so long, no platinum would be mined, there'd be no smelting, there'd be no smoke, and the employer would lose money. That's your understanding?
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, the question again was?
As long as the strike continued, there'd be no platinum mined, there'd be no platinum smelted, there'd be no smoke from the stacks, and there'd be no money for the employers.
Ubuchaza loo nto kokuba xa kungakavelanga le nto yokokuba umqashi eze phaya azothetha uba niyofumana ntoni uyawuma umsebenzi akho mayini ezawuphuma iplatinum ezophuma akho msi uzawuqhuma phaya akho into ezokwenziwa.
Mhlekazi le nto isistrayikha iba yiloo nto kanye ngoba omnye umqashi uyagunya uba andizuyenza into ethile nani nibe nigunya uba hayi ke emsebenzini asizuya kude kucace icala ke ozogoba iphondo ngokolamba nina abantu bangayiyo emsebenzini niphelelwe imali naye angafumani profit kulaa nto ayenzayo yela nto platinum angafumani into ade abonakale ke ngokuba naye uyabetheka kude kubetheke ilizwe lonke.
So that is the effect of a strike. Is what happens in a strike is that the people who are on strike and not working at a later stage feel hungry because they are not being paid. In the meantime, the employer is also being hit because there is no production, there is no profit that he is making. This also has an effect where it actually hits the whole country, and then a decision would be made.
And the idea of the strikers was that this would force the employer to eventually come to you at the koppie and agree to pay you the amount that you were demanding. Is that correct?
In jongo yesi strike kwakukuthi kunyanzelele umqashi okokuba eze phaya kuni entabeni azokunixelela ngale nto neyifunayo.
Kunjalo.
It is so, yes.
Now tell me, why were you all congregating every day on the copy? I know you only went, according to your evidence, you
Yeah,
only went
so
on the 16th, but do you know why the miners were congregating on the copy and why you decided to join them on the 16th?
Njengoba uzawuya phaya kubona nge-16 unolwazi okokuba yayenziwa intoni into yokuba bahlangane phaya babuthane phaya ekopini zonke insuku abasebenza.
Kaloku umhlekazi olulwazi ndilicela lolu ba kufunwa imali.
So there is, the knowledge I have is that people were looking for money.
The best way to ensure, would it be correct to say your attitude was, the best way to ensure that you employers gave you the money was to stay on the copy, maintain the strike until the employers agreed to pay what was asked. Is that right?
Into ya nani kwakuvunyelene ngayo phaya ukuba sizawuhlala phaya entabeni kude kufike ixesha apho umqeshi vuleka ingqondo eza apha azosinika le mali.
Uba kafiki kodwa kubuye Yesu.
Yes, sir. If he did not come, we would have waited until coming back of Jesus Christ.
Yes. Now, when you saw the police there, you got there early in the morning of the 16th, didn't you?
And it is 16 ufike phaya ekuseni.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Before the police came.
Phambi kokuba kufike umthetho amapolisa.
Kunjalo.
Yes.
When the police came, there were quite a lot of police, weren't there?
Andithi afika amapolisa emaninzi ayemaninzi amapolisa phaya.
Afika nawo ngokubana efika ade amaninzi.
They arrived in numbers, yes, until they added and became many.
There were a lot of police, weren't there?
Inyanza ukuba bemaninzi amapolisa.
Ewe.
Yes.
And there were a number of inyalas, I think that there were at least 5, which had trailers behind them with coils of barbed wire, is that right?
Ihippo zazizininzi ke kwakhona ndiyabona zibe 5 ezidonsa ezitsala itroli zocingo.
Zezininzi nazo ke chaza ndisibali bazingaphi.
There were quite many, though I did not count how many they were.
Now, what did you think the police were going to do?
Wena ke wacinga ukuba namapolisa azokwenzani?
Bendike ndatsho umhlekazi kwayizolo ba amapolisa bendicinga kuba kukho istrike ngabantu abazogcina ucwangco.
I said so yesterday, Mr. Chairperson. I said the police, because of there being a strike, they were there to keep order.
But did you think that they needed inyalas with barbed wire trailers and large numbers of police for that purpose?
Beze ngalo njongo njengoba ucinga wawucinga ukuba bafanele beze nenyala ihippo nezezinye izinto.
Apha kwehipo ezidonsa icingo zelinganano belacingo liyodonswa kanjani babe ndiqala ulibona.
I was seeing this for the first time, Mr. Chairperson. This nyalas with the trailers. I was seeing that thing for the first time.
And you told us that you were watching news bulletins on television in the period from about, I think, the 10th or the 11th of August until the 16th. Is that right?
Uthe izinto ubozibona apha kwi-TV kusuka ngalo mini kude kube nge-15.
Ndithe ezinye izinto bendizibona apha eTV.
I said some of the things I saw on TV.
Yes. Was there no coverage at all of the copy and previous days, police being there?
Ayizange vele into uyibone yamapolisa ukuba kusekho amapolisa phaya entabeni ivele ku-TV.
Bendithe entabeni into yasentabeni zange ndiyibone.
I had said the mountain.
Abapha entabeni into endayibonayo yile endayibonayo eTV ile yange-13 leyenzekile kwathiwa kukho isehlo esehlileyo emapoliseni kunye nasebasebenzini.
The event of the 13th, where something had happened to the police and to some of the workers, that I saw, but I did not see the people gathering on the mountain on TV.
I see. Now, did you think it possible that the police might be there on the 16th in order to break the strike? Bring the strike to an end?
Zange uyifikele engqondweni okokuba la mapolisa eze namhlanje ukuzogqiba isi-strike ukusihlakaza.
Zange ndifikele loo nto kuba nam ndiye ndathi nandilambile ndagqitha phaa kulaa ndawo phaa ngakubo khange kuthiwe hey hamba apha ungaphinde ubuye.
No, sir, it did not occur to me because at one time, when I was angry, I went home and went through where the police were parked. Not one of them said to me, go away and don't come back.
See? And what would your attitude have been if you had thought that the police were going to try to disperse the people on the copy, trace them away from the copy, and bring the strike to an end?
Wawuzokwenza ntoni ke xa uke wafikela mhlawumbe ezingcingo zokuba la
Would you
mapolisa
happily accepted that?
azochitha esi strike namhla apha azosihlakaza enze kokuba siphele esi strike ubuzokwenza ntoni xa uke wafikela lezo ngcingo?
Uba ngaba zethethile amapolisa athi sonidubulele apha hambani apha ayikho into ezenzoyenza ngale kuba ndive ndithi chu ubheke emzini.
So if the police had mentioned that you people should go away here, or otherwise we are going to shoot here, I would have done nothing else but go straight to my house.
And would you have been, what would you have felt about that? Would you have been happy to have done that? Or would you have been dissatisfied?
Ubuzayenza loo nto uxolile uyenze ngolukhulu uxolo noma beza kuphatha kakubi into yokuba nixothe ngolo hlobo.
Loo nto mna bendizoyenza ndixolile kodwa into ebendizoyenza kuba ukukhubeka ukuba ndiye emsebenzini bendingazuya ndingakayifumani le nto ndiyifunayo.
That is, the going away I would have done that peacefully, sir, but because of the hurt, I would have remained not going to work until we received the money we wanted.
I see. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu.
Mr. Mpofu, are you ready now for your re-examination?
Yes, Chairperson, I am. Chairperson, with your permission, before I start with my re-examination, there's just a couple of matters that I wanted to mention to address the commissioners on. The first one, Chairperson, is that since there was that evidence about the journalists and so on, we embarked on some kind of research which has yielded some good results and some others unanticipated. I can safely say that we have identified at least 2 journalists who might fit the description and we'll give, one of them I've got the name, another one I just have the first name, and we'll give those names over to the evidence leaders.
To the journalists who, according to the witness, were present when he was being assaulted.
Correct.
After the shots were fired and when he was lying on the ground. That's
correct, Chairperson. The one that the Chairperson used the free kick example, which the witness understood very well. Now, one of those journalists is I'm going to see him on Saturday, but as I said, I will hand over the names to the evidence leaders. It might well be that we might even get more material just apart from the identification. But in the process of doing that, and quite fortuitously, unfortunately, we stumbled across some footage which had not been played here, which I proposed to play during the re-examination. Fortunately, it does cover some of the aspects that were covered in cross-examination. So I would play it on that basis alone. But if
this footage, which requires me to give a warning to people in the auditorium, please tell me at the appropriate time, because we've seen in the past when people inadvertently see this footage not expecting it, and they have loved ones or family members who are lying on the ground or being shot. It causes them great stress.
Yes, Chairperson, there are 2.
As you know.
Yes, I will. There are 2 pieces of footage. One is quite short and collateral, even if I say so myself. But the main footage certainly will require the warning, Chairperson, and I will remind the Chairperson at the appropriate time.
Uzathi xa kufike elo xesha
The footage now, or do you want to show the footage at some stage in your re-examination?
At some stage in the re-examination, Chairperson.
Right, so please proceed.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mpofu. Just before you proceed, I need to interpret to what has been said.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Present recording is stopping me.
Sorry.
Ubethetha apha umhlekazi uMpofu okokuba njengoba bekuthethwa ngeentatheli ezezimbini baye benza ke inzame zokufumana ukuba ngobani aba bantu baye bafumane ukuba ngobani bazawuzama ke xa bebafumene bazawunikeza amagama abo apha kwi-evidence leaders uthi kukho neminye imifanekiso ebingavezwanga apha abaye bayithola phaya izawuthi xa ivezwa ke umgcini-sihlalo aniyalele kokuba xa kukho into ezihlasimlisa umzimba kube khona mhlawumbe izalamane ezizawudinga kokuba zithi uxesha kancinci.
One further aspect, I see that we've been handed up a copy of the medical report relating to this witness, which contains 3 pages. Yesterday, there was handed in as Exhibit EE15, the medical report on the witness, but only contained 2 pages. So I take it you want to substitute the one we've now got for the one that was handed in yesterday.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, and keep the same exhibit number. So this would be the new EE15. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I've marked my copy accordingly.
Thank you, Chairperson. The second issue, Chairperson, is that because of what I've said, I may or may not stick to our non-binding agreement about finishing by lunchtime, but I'll advise my learned colleagues so that there's no inconvenience to them or their witness closer to lunchtime. I'll see how we go. I'll still try. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the third issue is quite an important issue. An important issue that I would like the Commission to address. In the course of what I call this informal research that we did for the past 3 days, I have reason to believe that some of the media houses might still have material which could be of use to the Commission. I know that the Commission has taken steps before and made appeals in that regard. I would like those appeals, please, Chairperson, to be reiterated, not only...
They promised us, we had a meeting with them before the Commission sat, and it may have been, it was either before or after the inspection in loco. But we had a meeting with the representatives of the media houses, and they promised to give us all the material, both material that had been broadcast and material that had not been broadcast. We were assured that that promise had been implemented. We subsequently discovered that the SABC had certain, what was called raw material that they hadn't shown us, which they then gave us. But certainly, I want to appeal to the media houses, if through inadvertence or otherwise, they haven't given us all the material they promised they would give us, I would appeal to them to do so now. As I said, firstly I said they promised to do so. But in any event, they will realize that regard being had to the terms of reference of this Commission and the necessity that we ascertain the truth as to what happened, any piece of video material which is relevant, even though it appears possibly to the media house not to be relevant, may, as a piece in a jigsaw puzzle, when seen by the representatives of the parties or the evidence leaders, may well provide some important little aspect of evidence which is so far missing, which is important to assist us to do the job we've been called upon to do. So I take it the representatives of the media houses here present. Please take careful note of what I've said, and if there's anything that we haven't yet been shown, please take steps to make it available to the evidence leaders as soon as possible, and they can then endeavour to communicate what they receive to the representatives of the parties.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Baye bafumana okokuba kukho imifanekiso ethize iintatheli zamaphepha nabezividiyo abanayo engazange ivezwe apha. Uthi umgcini-sihlalo wenza isicelo phambilini okokuba aba bamaphepha nabevidiyo bonke bazise yonke into abanayo phaya nento ebacinga mhlawumbe okokuba ibalulekanga ngoba ungahle kwenzeka ukuthi njengoba amagqwetha asegcwelelana kubekho into ethize ebangayibona lapho ebaluleke gqitha kule commission. Sisicelo sakhe nangoko okokuba aba bamaphepha mabazise yonke loo nto phambili.
I'd like to repeat what I said to the media houses at the meeting to which I referred. I pointed out to them that if ever there was a commission in the history of this country on which the eye of history is focused, this is it. And if we make findings in our report which are shown later by material which media houses had which they didn't make available to be incorrect, the blame will attach to them. It's vitally important that we do our utmost to get to the truth. It's vitally important that all material that can assist us to do that is made available to us, and it would not be fortunate or desirable if subsequently, after our report comes out, even years down the track possibly, it's discovered that important material was withheld from us, which caused us to make wrong findings. And either to exonerate people who don't deserve to be exonerated, or to implicate people and attach responsibility to people who should not have such responsibility attached to them. So I hope what I've said will be taken very seriously. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Veza ngolo hlobo umhlekazi okokuba ibaluleke gqithi lento ethethwayo ngoba kuyawuthi ekugqibeleni kwale commission kwenziwe ingxelo ezithize kwenziwe izinqumo kuthathwe izinqumo ezithize apha kuthi emva koko bese kuvezwa imifanekiso noma izinto ezithize ezingabonangwa yile commission ezizawuphikisana naleyo mbono ye commission ayinabantu lonto ngoba lento hobaxela ucommission mhlabene emhlangano kokuba li commission lena yenye eyenzeke apha kulomhlaba wethu ejongwe ngumhlaba wonke ngakho ke ucela kokuba ngaphambi kokuba enze esosigqibo mayivele yonke into eyinyaniso azakwazi ukuthi enze esosigqibo phezukwento esiyibonile.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I might add that we're all aware that there might be ethical and even commercial considerations which prevent people, but what the Chair has said...
A direct express promise,
yes, after
those ethical and other aspects were considered, and we received the promise in the terms which I have reported.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would, Chairperson, like to make a special appeal through you to the SABC, because as a public broadcaster, I think they have a special duty as an organ of state, this commission being, in a manner of speaking, also an organ of state, to release a material so that one organ of the state cannot be keeping evidence that another organ of the state is seeking.
So I must say that, to be fair, I don't think that Mr. Matthews, who's in charge of that section, was aware of the fact this material had not been given to us. And he actually went and looked for it when we went back to him recently. And he then made the material available to us. I trust they've got no more. Well, but if they have, what you said clearly applies.
Thank you, Chairperson.
But I don't think it's necessary for us to give them a lecture.
No.
Because
neither can I say definitively.
The impression that we have is that they've behaved very honourably and have done their best to comply with the promise that was made. Yes,
I agree with that, Chairperson. I do have reason to believe that we can get better than that, but I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. Now, the last point, Chairperson, that I wanted to... it is the last point that is not related to the witness, is that after this witness has testified, we will address the issue that was addressed by SAPS regarding the carte blanche allegations of torture of some of our clients. There's just a factual issue that we want to place on record relating to the statement.
Have you communicated that to the police?
Yes, I have, Chairperson. And one of the reasons I'm not doing it now is because I know there are one or two other parties that have an interest in it, so I'd rather do it between the witnesses. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, coming to the witness, I'm going to start by dealing with a matter that at face value might look like it doesn't arise from the cross-examination, but I give you the assurance that it does, Chair. And I don't want too much of latitude, but I would ask for some. And I'll ask the questions in a mix of English and Xhosa, so that the witness hopefully will be. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Magidiwana, you know that after you regained your consciousness and you were visited by us, that you and I had some discussions, more of a personal nature, because I was just interested in what a 23-year-old is doing working in the mines.
Uyakhumbula mfaka Magidiwana emva kokuba usuphapheme usuvukile phaya esibhedlela ndafika ndaba nengxoxo nawe sathetha nje ngezinto eziqhelekileyo ndifuna ukwazi uqondo kokuba umuntu weminyaka engu-23 wenza ntoni emayini uyayikhumbula loo nto? I do remember that.
And I told you that I had a son who was your age, and you should be at school or university, not working in the mines.
Ndade ndathi kuwe nami ndinomntana ongangawe nje ose-university ndathi kufanele ukuba ngabe use-university hayi emayini usebenza. Uyakhumbula?
Kunjalo mhleka.
It is so.
And in those discussions, you revealed some personal issues which I'm going to deal with. If I overstep and breach confidentialities, then you don't have to answer.
Uthi kukho izinto ezininzi ke nazithetha phaya ngenhlalo nangempilo kula kwakho uthi xa kukho izinto ezithize ongafuni ukuba uziphendule xa ezibuza usho ukuba apho ke andingena.
Kulungile mhleka.
Understand it?
The Commission already knows that you come from the Eastern Cape.
The Commission okokuba uvela phaya kula mhlaba se-Eastern Cape.
And you've been around, or at least you informed me that you've been around here since about 2007 in the Gauteng, rather in the northwest area.
Ngixelela okokuba apha emntantshana ufike phaya ko-2007 kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
Yes sir.
And you were looking for work until you found work in 2011, as we know.
Uze apha ngenjongo yokufuna umsebenzi wade wawuthola apha ko-2011 kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Your mother died in 1999 when you were around 11. Is that so?
The question was again, sir?
Your mother died in 1999 when you were about 10 or 11 years old.
Umama wasweleka usemncinci lapha ko-9/11 go.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And your father has remarried and is still based in the Eastern Cape, correct?
Umama wathola omunye umamncinci kodwa usesephaya e-Eastern Cape ke yena ke zangapha.
Yeah, kunjalo.
It is so.
And you also informed me that your father used to work also in the Rustenburg area, in the mines before he retired back to the Eastern Cape.
Wamxela ukuba utata naye ubesebenza kuzo lengqingqi zalapha emntantshona wade kwafika ixesha apho buyela khona ekhaya.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And before he left the Rustenburg area and went back to the Eastern Cape, let me put it this way, he is familiar with the goings-on in the mining industry, having worked there for a long time.
Utata ke njengomuntu osebenza ezimayini unalo ulwazi okokuba kwenzeka ntoni apha ezimayini ndithi.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And when the news went across the country of the miners' strike at Lonmin, what did your father say to you about your participation in it?
Xa kuvakala izindaba zokuba kukho istrike ezenzeka apha eLonmin, kukho into utata ayithetha ngako ukuba wena wenze ntoni?
Yeah, yaba khona.
Yes, he said something.
What did he say?
Wathini kuxeka?
Wathi mandigoduke okanye ndingalinge ndibheke kulaa ndawo estrikeni.
He warned me not to go at all to the place where the strike is taking place. He also mentioned that I should come home.
Come home where?
How to go to the
Ekhaya.
going home.
Yes, which home? We know you have two homes in
Do you mean the
Boston.
Eastern Cape?
Sure, Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And you've already told the Commission in your statement that one of the reasons that you did not go to the Eastern Cape was because you feared that if the strike ends, then you might lose your job. In other words, if other people go back to work and you are far away, you might lose your job.
Why beka ke lanto apha ke statements sakho kokuba wacinga ukuba xa ungagodwa ukuya ekhaya siphele msisha istrike kungenzeka okokuba ulahlekelwe ngumsebenzi ngoba ngelo xesha uzobe ukude.
Kunjalo.
It is so, sir.
Now, you obviously, just from your evidence of what we have, the fact that you went to the mountain on the 16th at least, it would seem that you did not carry out either the injunction of going back to the Eastern Cape or not going to join the strikers.
Ngoku ke kuyabonakala ukuba waya kodwa kwakanye apha nge-16 awuyenzanga nako loo nto ukuba ubuyele ekhaya noma mhlawumbe ungayi kweso strike njengoba ubuxelele.
Khange ndiyenze yonke laa nto bendixelela.
I did not do what I was told to do.
Yeah, okay, and how did your father feel about this when you communicated with him after your regaining of consciousness?
Xa emva kokuba usowenzakele ke uphapheme uthetha nexhegu phaya lathini ixhegu laphatheka kanjani ngaloo nto?
Lalindingxolisa.
He reprimanded me.
Okay. Now, it's also true that eventually, after that bit of a standoff, your lawyers sent money for your father to come while you were, or rather to be present while you were testifying. Is that correct?
Inyani ke okokuba emva kwaleyo nto abameli base bamthumela imali ukhehlo kokuba akhuphuke azoba khona xa kungena lento. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And was that then the first time that you saw him since he had been injured?
Xa efika apha ubuqala ukumbona ke emva kokuba sowenzakele.
Kunjalo.
It's a yes.
And we know that.
It looks to me as if your client is crying. I wonder whether it wouldn't be appropriate for us to take a short
break
term to enable him to regain his composure. I can understand these are emotionally laden matters that you're dealing with, and it's not fair to expect him to continue with his evidence while he's in the present state. So how long do you think we need?
5 to 10 minutes.
All right, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Makasithathe imzuzu nje emhlanu engalento
Kancinci umsekazi before
Just a minute, sir.
kuyiwe ebreakini. Ndiyaxolisa ngepresident wayibeka kwela sehlo sayizola ngandithetha. Kuba ngondiyibona isemaphepheni igiya bendingahlosanga kanjalo na.
Before the
etinyanisa.
adjournment,
All right,
Mr.
we'll deal with
President,
that after the break.
I want to apologize to the state president for appearing in the paper about what I said yesterday. I'm really sorry. Evele ephepheni ngopresident ayithethe izolo.
I think by jetzt
commission resumes. Mr. Mpofu, is your witness now recovered? Has your witness now recovered his composure? Can we now proceed?
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. Much appreciated. Just wanted to round off the point. Mr. Magidiwana, you remember that the commission, when you started testifying, I think it was the 27th of August, and the commissioners kindly allowed us, when we made an application for your father to be sitting there behind you to support you. You remember?
You mean the 27th of February?
27th of February, that's correct. Sorry, Chairperson. What is this?
Uyakhumbula ikomishini yacela okokuba utata ahlala apha emva kwakho.
I know it feels a long time, but not that long.
It does, Chairperson. 27th of February, when the chair and commissioners allowed for your father to sit behind you. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula bayamvumela ixhego ukuba lihlale apha emva kwakho.
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
And then on the 28th, which was the following day, you remember that Mr. Ngalwana made suggestions about your presence at the copy and its duration, let's call it that.
Uyakhumbula ngemini elandelayo nge-28 umhlekazi uNgalwana ekubuza imibuzo ngokubakho kwakho phaya entabeni.
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
And he suggested, at least he suggested, as is duty bound to do, that you might have even been there on more days than what you had told the commission.
Esithi ke umhlekazi uNgalwana ekwenzeni umsebenzi wakhe noko ethi yena ukholelwa ukuba ubephaya entabeni insuku ezigqitha ezuthetha ngazo.
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
Okay, I'll just ask you this. Since that day, your father has not been sitting there behind you. Do you know where he is until now?
Khumbula kusuka ngaloo mini ixhego alisekho apha emva kwakho uyazi ukuba kwenzeke ntoni ngalo?
Ya, ndiyazi.
I know what happened, yes.
Yes, what happened?
Awusixele kwenzeka ntoni?
Waphinda futhi wandingxolisa futhi.
He again seriously reprimanded me.
Wagoduka imbona kunomsino.
He was angry and he decided to go.
And he has not been back since?
Akazange abuye emva koko.
Akakabuyi.
He hasn't been back.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. That deals with that issue. The rest of it we'll deal with it at the end, Chairperson. Thank you.
Nthi uza banengxelo azayijongisa azayibhekisa commissioner ngalento emva kwexesha umhlekazi uMpofu.
Now, Mr. Magidiwana, you have been told, I think by the commission, by the chairperson, by Mr. Ngalwana, and by everybody, that you are quite an important witness in the sense that most of the people in your position did not live to tell the tale.
Uyavezwa ke lento apha ucommissioner uNgalwana nabo bonke abanye okokuba ulinqina elibaleke gqithi kulento ngoba abanye wawunabo phaya abaphilanga okokuba bazokwazi ukusixalela ukuba kwenzeka ntoni ngaphandle kwakho kunjalo.
Yes, and some of my colleagues have correctly described you as a dead man walking. Now, and it's important that you describe to the Commission in great detail things that perhaps nobody else can.
Konke kubaleke gqithi okokuba usixelele izinto zonke ezenzeka phaya ngokwenzeka kwazo ngoba abanye abekho okokuba bazinqine ezo zinto.
Okay, now there's been evidence. I'm now getting into some of the evidence that has been led. The first issue I want to deal with is this suggestion that you were there on other days.
Ndifuna ugqitha
You've just
kulento.
dealt with.
apho kuthiwa khona ubukhona phaya entabeni kwezinye izinsuku ezuthi wena bungekho ngazo.
If you go to E7,
Asiya kulo the exhibit E7.
the first 5 photos
Imfanekiso yokuqala lemhlanu.
you'll see that they're marked SAPS photos, Lieutenant Colonel Mere, 15th.
Njengobona apha phezulu ithi SAP photo imfanekiso SAP Lieutenant Colonel nge-15. Yayibona?
Yayibona.
I see it, yes.
Do you remember that the my learned friends for SAPS used those photos in an attempt to establish, or rather to say that evidence will be led later to show that you were at the copy on the 15th?
Uyakhumbula ummeli lo uthe usebenzisa le mfanekiso ukubonisa okokuba wawukhona phaya nge-15. Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
This is a matter maybe for legal argument later, but and so you may comment if you want to. But I'm more addressing it maybe to the bench. Our instructions or our own investigations have indicated that all that material in the SAPS hard drive is indicated as having been material of the 14th. And this is something we brought to the attention of the evidence leaders.
So the 14th.
14th, yes, Chairperson.
Uthi ke bona kodwa into azayijongisa ku-chairman leni ikhombisa okokuba le hard drive ekuthethwe kuyo le mfanekiso yamapolisa yathatha nge-14.
Yes, and this is a fact that we brought to the evidence, or rather to the attention of the evidence leaders. And I know from my interactions with Ms. Pillay that it was also brought to the attention of the representatives of SAPS.
Chief, if I may just confirm that we have repeatedly been asking SAPS to provide us with the pathways for each of firstly, all of the material which they've placed to Mr. Magidiwana during cross-examination. Unfortunately, that hasn't as yet been forthcoming. We then were informed by SAPS that the way in which the photographs were described were the pathways to be found on the SAPS hard drive. But Mr. Mpofu is correct that when we did our investigations, we found that the photographs were stored under a folder called the 14th of August and not the 15th of August. I'm not sure. We did bring that to SAP's attention, and they indicated that they have an explanation for it. But that is where the matter stands at the moment.
Uchaza loo nto mama upileyo kokuba bathi banenkcazelo yale nto njengoba bona beyijonga emva kokuba umhlekazi Mpofu ebaxelele ngale nto baye bafumana uba ayinyanzo le nto kokuba le mfanekiso ivela kwidate yange-14 kodwa banenkcazelo
Exactly, Ms. Pillay, that we don't know whether these photographs are of the incidents on the 14th or the 15th. There's no clarity at this yet.
The way things currently stand, Commissioner, is that on the SAPS hard drive, they belong to a folder called the 14th. Yes.
But we don't know for sure where they emanate from.
We don't know for sure that. That's a matter for SAPS evidence.
uthi umapile akukho nyani ekhona ngokuba yathathwa nge-14 noma nge-15 noma kwi-hard drive le yamapolisa iveza kokuba yathathwa ngalowo mini ye-14.
Chairman, Commissioners, what Ms. Pillay has referred to is slightly better in the sense that at least she is able to refer to where it comes from. The commissioners or Chairman and Commissioners, you will remember that I asked our learned friend, Mr. Ngalwana, to assist us with slide 198. That one, we do not even have an idea where it comes from. Can we be advised where it comes from?
That's L198.
Slide, yeah, in Exhibit L, slide 198. Thank you.
uveza nokuthi umhlekazi apha bacela umhlekazi uNgalwana okokuba abaxela ukuba lo mfanekiso lo 198 uvelaphi kude kube ngoku akukho bungqina kukavezwanga okokuba wathathwa ngubani nini kuphi.
I think Mr. Matibedi is in charge today.
Yes, I must confess that I had expected that we would get this information that was promised before you began your re-examination, and I overlooked the fact that we hadn't been, certainly we hadn't been given, but
I gave up.
I didn't know whether you'd been given.
No, I didn't.
Before you started your re-examination. But it is a matter in respect to which information is owed to us by SAPS. Perhaps you can assist us.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. All these aspects were being handled by Mr. Ngalwane. I revert after tea? He's not available at the moment.
Umhlekazi uMathibedi uthi umuntu one ozaba nenkazelo nguye umhlekazi uNgalwana uzofika ngoku.
If you can't give us the information, you can't. Mr. Mfufu, are there other aspects that you can deal with in the meantime? Of course, if this material in EEE7 was taken on the 14th, it still reflects your client as being on the copy at a time when he says he wasn't there. Whether he wasn't there on the 5th, I mean, he says he wasn't there at all until the 16th. So if he was there on the 15th, which is the point the police made, certain inferences can be drawn. But if that's not right, but he was there on the 14th, then similar inferences can be drawn. So, of course, it may well be, you will say that the confusion is such that these photos may have been taken on the 16th.
On the 16th, that's exactly where I'm going, Chairperson.
That's you're going, yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Uveza loo nto umhlekazi uMpofu okokuba
Especially seeing that he's wearing what he says he was wearing on the 16th.
Yes.
Uzawuthi
Anyway,
lo mfanekiso
perhaps if you could hold that over then until after the tea German, when Mr.
16 uthi emfanekiso
One will be here
16.
to give us, hopefully, the information that is required.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to slide 198, it was obtained from the Bild newspaper.
Lo mfanekiso 198 wathathwa ngabe newspaper ye-Afrikaans lebizwa ngokuba yiBild.
You say slide 198 is obtained from the Bild newspaper.
Yes, it was downloaded
That's
from-
Media 24, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, Chairperson, if that is indeed so, then can we also, after tea, be told as to how the SAPS attached a specific time? If you remember, Chairperson, there was an issue about when that slide was taken.
On the bottom right-hand corner, it's reflected.
It says 1547.
1547.
Yeah.
And obviously, I assume that the police would, as they undertook to do, lead evidence in due course, proving all the assertions made in Exhibit L and identifying, where identification is required, all the slides and photographs. So, but you would obviously like it earlier as far as these particular aspects are concerned, because it's relevant for your witness.
Yes, Chairperson. If you remember, as long ago as Mr. Pacha's evidence, the time at which that particular picture was taken was made an issue in the commission.
Kuthiwa ke apha lo mfanekiso uvezwe phaya watholwa kwi-newspaper iBild le-Afrikaans. Uyathemba umgcinisihlalo okokuba buzawuvezwa ubungqina okokuba eli xesha libhalwe phaya 1547 lathathwa kuphi.
Yes. And what I propose to do then, Chairperson, is there are other issues that I wanted to raise about the dates, whether it's the 13th or the 14th. I'll leave that, all the issue of the dates, to until we have been given the pathways.
Seems sensible.
Yes, thank you,
practical way of
Chairperson.
proceeding.
But just to round off this issue, while we are on photo 198, can I just ask one or two questions from the witness, for what it's worth?
Sisajonge lo mfanekiso 198 uthi ufuna ukubuza nje umhlekazi lento ilandelayo.
You remember the chairperson made a remark when this photograph was shown, that the chairperson made a remark about our, meaning everybody's inability to be able to tell where the pole, the pylon, which was called the pole, I think, is in relation to the Nyala, for example, because a photograph cannot give you the depth. Remember that kind of discussion?
Uyakhumbula xa kuthethwa ngalo mfanekiso kwavela no-chairperson waze washo okokuba noma libonakala elipalika kucacanga ngokuba lisekudeni kangakanani licace kangakanani kule hip. Ayikhumbula loo nto? I remember that.
Remember that. Now, I just want you to help us with something because you know the area maybe more than us.
Njengomntu oyaziyo ke le ndawo bhetele kunathi ungasinceda mhlawumbe ngalokho.
And before, yes. Before I do that, in fact, I'm going to ask you two small aspects. In line with what the chairperson is saying, would you agree that if you looked at this photograph, those of us who don't live there or someone who has never been there, a person could say that the workers are walking alongside the power station?
Njengathi ke abantu abangayazi le ndawo umuntu azanga ephaya xa ujonge nje lo mfanekiso ubona enga aba basebenzi bahamba cani kwe-power station le ephaya kunjalo njengomuntu ongayazi le ndawo xa ujonge lo mfanekiso.
Xa ujonge umfanekiso ungacinga uba bahamba phambi kwabo.
Yes, when you're looking at the photograph as it is, you think they're walking just in front next to the power station.
Yes. But if you have been there,
Kodwa ke njengomuntu oke waya oyaziyo le ndawo phaya
you would know that that is humanly impossible in that the power station is situated far to the right of even the large copy.
njengoba ke uyazi wena le ndawo lena andithi power station lena ingale kule ntaba ayikho kufuphi apha esekudeni ingale kwale ntatshana encane kunjalo.
In fact, the location of the power station in relation to the copies, the relevant copies, is depicted in slide 181.
Xa sijonga lo mfanekiso olandelayo 181 ubonisa kakuba kakuhle ukuba ikuphi 181.
181, yes.
Nanku 181.
It's not the clearest of slides, but the power station are those three blocks on the bottom of the picture.
On the bottom of the picture, just above the 181, the number. Is that it?
No, in the middle, next to the box that says phase 3.
Uthi power station le xa sijonga ile ila.
And you'll see that there's a graphic depiction of the nyalas, which are made to look to be red.
Apha ke limfanekiso ebomvu zinyala ezizazime pha ihippo.
Yes.
Yes, Bond. I say it, yes.
All right,
Sorry, Mr. Prophet, if one looks at 169,
169, chapter, yes.
is that the power station one can see in the distance,
Yes.
beyond the people
Yes.
sitting on the ground?
Absolutely.
That would indicate, I think, the point you're making.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Uthi xa siyapha ku 169.
We'll deal with this aspect, Chairperson, at another stage when we talk about if this was indeed taken at 1547, at what stage it must have been, or rather where the workers must have been facing in relation to the power station. Thank you, Chairperson.
Xa sithetha ngalo munye umfanekiso othethe ngo-1547 sizawujonga okokuba ngelo xesha abasebenzi bebephine ndawo.
Suffice to say, Mr. Magidiwana, would you agree that if someone were to capture both the big pole and the power station, then that person could only have been facing south and probably standing on the northern side of the copy?
Uzawuvumelana nami okokuba umuntu wathatha lo mfanekiso lo uvela phaya ubeme ngasemntla ejonge eSouth xa ethatha lo mfanekiso azathathe ihipo le nelibali.
Ndizovumelana nawe Mhlekazi.
I agree with you, yes.
Yes, and we'll leave it at that for now. But if that is so, then it will be able to show us which way the workers must have been walking.
Siza kuyeka apho kodwa ke xa kunjalo izakwazi ukusikhombisa bonisa kakhulu uba abasebenzi bebehamba bejonge kweliphi icala.
Okay. Right, now, I just want to you, in the course of your long evidence, you have dealt with a number of issues and you've been asked a number of questions. You've asked a number of questions yourself.
Uze imibuzo eminingi nawe waphendula emininzi kukunqina obokunikeze kwixesha elide kangaka.
And you've posed what I would call some rhetorical questions, some of which I will give you an opportunity to try and answer yourself.
Wabuza eminye imibuzo uyinikeza njengezimpendulo kodwa ndakunika ithuba lokuba uchaze okokuba ubuchaza ukuthini xa usisho njalo.
Yes, but you've also given us a crash course, I suppose, in labor relations. For example, when you and the chairman had a discussion about the chimneys.
Wasinika ke nezifundo ezithize apha usifundisa xa ubuza ngale ichimney phaya lemibhobho ephuma umsi. Ubuzwa nguchairman.
One of the things you said was that it would be better to be fired when you were told about the prospect of dismissal. That it would be better to be fired as part of a large group than to be fired alone. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
Uye wachaza apha okokuba kunokuba bhetele xa nigxotha nibaninzi kunokuthi ugxothwe nje uwedwa. Ubuchazani ngaloo ntetho?
Ngithetha ukuthi nxa ungumuntu usukuyeke umsebenzi nje wedwa kuba nzima nokuxela ba uyekele ntoni.
I meant if one was to leave the job all by himself, it even becomes difficult for him to explain why he left the job.
Noba ungabuzwa kuthiwe uyekele ntoni awunoyichaza uba ndiyekele ntoni usuke wayeka nje emsebenzini kungavelelwanga noba ukugula.
If one is asked by others why he left the job, he finds it difficult to explain why he leaves the job if there is not, say, a question of being ill.
Sorry to cut you. What I really want to know is it in your view better to be, or rather, which of those situations would have an adverse effect on your prospects of losing your job? The one of living on your own versus the other one of living in a large group yes.
Questions not very clear. What prospects?
Which one? Yeah. Which one would have adverse prospects on the?
Take it you mean more adverse prospects?
More adverse prospects on the retention of your employment.
Uthi ke xa umuntu egxothe eyedwa nokugxothwa ni baninzi ngeyiphi into oyibona inobunzima obukhulu ileyo gxotha uwedwa ikanene xa ni baninzi.
Enobunzima kukugxothwa uwedwa.
The question of being fired alone, that is the most difficult one.
You also said that if the employer was fed up with you, its recourse should have been to dismiss you rather than sending the police to you. I think something to that effect.
Ube ngesanifuni nyana apho bekufanele kube nguye onigxothayo apho kunokuthi athumele aba bantu kokuba bazonenzakalisa banibulale phaya.
Kunjalo.
It is so, yes.
Chairperson, can I just correct something? The
It arises from the interpretation, and it's not completely linked to Malene Friend's question. The question has got nothing to do with the employer sending people to be injured and to be killed, which is what is suggested in the interpretation, and I think Mr. Mpofu agrees with that.
Yes, I deliberately left it at sending the police, setting the police at you, or sending the police.
Did I not say rather than being killed? If I use the...
Yeah, you
That's
did.
part of the problem. Maybe, Mr. Mpofu can repeat the question. You can then interpret it exactly as he's asked it, and then we can carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You also testified at some stage that if the employer was fed up with you, he or it should have dismissed you rather than sending the police to you.
Uthi xa ba umqeshi lona ubese diniwe ngasanifuni phaya bekuyoba ngcono kuba anigxothe kunokuthi anithumele ngamapolisa athumele amapolisa kuni.
Kunjani?
It is so.
Without spoiling the good discussion you had with the chairperson this morning about chimneys, it was put to you by Mr. Mutau that at some stage there was what one can describe as a stalemate, in that the employer was saying they are not going to talk to you while you are at the mountain, and you were saying you are not going to leave and go back to work before the employer comes to talk to you, which is a classical description of a stalemate. How would that stalemate have been resolved in the end?
Phandle kwento enike nayithetha ke vakalayo nomhlekazi uchairman umchazela ngokuba lo msi xa bongamisa kanjani okokuba uqhume. Kukho imbuzo yabuza ngu-advocate Mutau apha esithi nagqibela nina kubeni aninakuya empangelweni nomqeshi wathi akanakuza apha kuni. Wena ubona okokuba ibingagqitshwa kanjani loo nto? Qeshi uthi andize kuni nanini hamba asibuyele empangelweni. Ibingagqitshwa kanjani le nto igqitshwe kakuhle?
Umqeshi ncenga goba iphondo okanye abasebenzi nabengade bagoba iphondo. Kulapho bekuzobakho umohluko khona kucace lo uyotho abone ba uva kwakha indlala abomba hayi mandibheke emsebenzini.
So if the employer wasn't bending and the employees, the workers were also not bending, what would have determined the end of this thing would have been the one who felt the pain of hunger.
Okanye umqashi nebona ba uyaphela ngapha athi hayi buyela emsebenzini imali nizoninika.
If the employer on the other side would have felt he is going down, he's getting finished, he would have then decided, workers, please come back to work, we'll talk about the money.
Chairperson, I don't want to interrupt the re-examination unnecessarily. The Malene friend will remember the point that I was debating with the witness was the employer was saying get off the copy, and the employees were saying come talk to us at the copy. It's really in that context, not.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to incorporate that.
Into beyithetha yena okokuba umqeshi ubethi sukana apho entabeni bo nina nithi makeze apha ku entabeni.
Yes, no, whatever formulation, the real gist is that if there was such an impasse of whatever description between the workers and the employee, do I take it that the answer you gave would still apply?
Ususnikile inkcazelo ibe iyawuba njalo lento. Ba kuya kwambani ogoba uphondo agqibele atheni lo mpendulo inikezile.
Kunjani?
That is it.
Then you said something yesterday about if the employer, I think it was interpreted as if the employer had cried, but I should think that you meant that if the employer had complained that your demand was too high, that the employer then should have come and put something on the table. Can you explain that to the Commission?
Uye wathetha izolo intetho apha eyatolikwa njengokuba umqeshi elila ngokucinga ubuthi wena xa umqeshi ebethi imfuno zenu ziphakeme gqitha xa uthi wena bekufanele eze azobeka ayinto etafuleni asho ukuba ndiphakeme kakhulu mna ndithi yiloo nto buyichaza. That's exactly what I was explaining.
No, sorry, yes. The question was, can you explain to the Commission what you meant by if the employer had cried or complained regarding the level of your demand, what you think it should have done?
Kukuza kuthi hayi mna le mali ninayo niyifunayo andinoba nayo imali endinayo yile ithi.
We expected the employer to come to us to say, what you people are demanding, I cannot afford. But what I can afford is this.
Yes, thank you. Then, to round off this issue about collective bargaining and labor relations, can you just explain to us, there was a discussion, you remember the discussion about your salary versus the RDOs and so on?
Yakhumbula kwe intethe eyavezwa apha ngomvuzo obade uthola wena nobo ufuna ukushonyana ze-RDOs. Yakhumbula loo nto? I remember that, yes.
There was evidence, and we will probably seek answers more from my colleagues from Lonmin on this. But is it your understanding that the grading system at Lonmin is based on categories of employees? And if so, what category were you in?
Masithi ke sizawufumana mhlawumbe inkcazelo evela kwaba-Lonmin emva kwexesha, kodwa ke ngokwazi kwakho andithi imivuzo phaya iya ngokuthi umuntu ukweliphi izinga, ukwikategori iphi, wena ukweyiphi ngoku.
Kunjalo.
It is so, yes, in terms of categories.
And what is your category? And if you know, what is the category of the RDOs?
Eyakho yintoni izinga lakhe category, nezinga le-RDOs yintoni category yabo?
Nam ngomnye wabo ndohlukanga pha kubo.
I am in the same category as the RDOs. There's no difference.
Okay, thank you. We'll clarify that later with Lonmin.
So we emva kwexesha ke loo nto xa sesijongene no-Lonmin.
Remember what grade you were?
Asithetha nge-grades mfo kaba uyazazi. Uyakhumbula ukuba uku-grade bani wena?
Ike.
When, Malo?
For the 16th of August.
Or category, grade or category?
And ikhumbula.
I don't remember it.
Okay. Thank you.
Because it appears from the agreement between Lonmin and the various unions and the delegates, as they were called, that the Rockdrill operators were promoted from Patterson grade A4 to B1 with effect to the 1st of October, from which I assume they were Patterson grade A4. And all surface and underground general workers were promoted from Patterson grade A3 to A4. So I was interested to know which grade you fell into.
But grade as go A4, no.
That's page 93 of exhibit double X2.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you not help me? I can't remember what grade or category you were in.
I only hear of these grades.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm sure we can submit that information by way of admission between Lonmin and ourselves. Thank you, Chairperson. Right. Mr. Magidiwana, I'm now going to be moving from topic to topic, just clarifying some of the issues that you testified on. You gave evidence, and you'll forgive me if I move from the crawl back to the mountain. It's just to clarify a few aspects.
Ngixolela ke mhlekazi ngoba ndiza bena phaya eplant ndijamba apho ndithi entabeni iphinde ndibuye umva ukuzama ukuchaza.
You testified at some stage under cross-examination that the person, you remember that there's a video which showed one, maybe two persons from your group shooting in the direction of those two policemen.
Uyakhumbula apha komnye umfanekiso kwavela omnye waye kweli cela lalihamba nani ejongise umvu edubula ngasemapoliseni lawa mabili. Yes, I remember that.
Yes, and it's common cause that at least one of those people had a firearm in his hand. The other one, there's a bit of gray area, but that's not important for what I'm going to ask you now.
Into ebalulekile yilo wayebonakala kwakomnye umvu wavela ubonakala kulomnye kukho kungabazo kuba ngumvu noma yintoni.
Now, you said in the cross-examination that that person or both of them were shooting back. What did you mean by that?
Uye wachaza ngaloo nto kokuba aba bantu baphindisela badubula bephindisela wabuchaza ntoni ngaloo nto. Just repeat the question again, sir.
Yes. No, I'm saying when you were giving answers to Mr. Ngalwana, you described what those people were doing as shooting back at the police, and the emphasis on back. And I wanted to understand from you what you meant by that. Or maybe I should ask you, in that exchange of fire, so to speak, who attacked first?
Kwakudutshulwana phaya ababa badubulana ababa ubani wadubula kuqala phakathi kwaba nabanye.
Mhlekazi,
Say,
njengoba ndisebenzike ndatsho ndathi
as I said earlier,
aba bantu bavela bephethe umpu. Abantu baqale ngoba bona lamapolisa nje bebedubula.
these people that came over shooting, we saw them for the first time when they shot.
Badubule aba sekudala bedubula amapolisa.
When these others, that is, the people who were in my side, started shooting long after the police had started shooting.
Yes, and I think a part that was not translated is where you were saying the very first person to observe those two policemen shooting was and
Apha into bendibuza yona uthe babone nguwe uthi ngubani obabone kuqala aba amapolisa edubula.
Babonwe ndim.
I'm sorry, sir. He said, I am the first person to see them. That is the police.
And we've already gone through, I think, page 20 or L206. Actually,
Mfanekiso yethu 206.
is a good picture that explains at least a moment in that shootout. And I think we established earlier that this is the photo where you testified that you were crying and or screaming as the person who has emblazoned on his back police was shooting in your direction, correct?
Uthi lo mfanekiso ubonisa kakuhle kanivela phaya uvela uthi wena ubulile kane nokukhwaza amapolisa asedubula ngakuni.
When ndakhala.
Yes, I was crying.
Right. You've also testified regarding that particular episode. That It was the stage where you were in the gap between two nyalas, which were parked alongside the fence opposite the kraal, correct?
Kubungqina bakho yawaveza okokuba ngeli xesha kungeli xesha niphakathi kwenyala ezezimbili niphuma phaya phakathi kwenyala ezezimbili ezazime ngasebuhlanti kunjalo?
Ewe.
Yes.
And this was also evidence in which I think you asked one of your rhetorical questions, which I would like you to explain to the Commission, where you said, if your intention was to attack the police, why would you have left those two and attacked the many who were on the other side? Can you elaborate on that to the
Ulapho
Commission?
uye wabuza lo mbuzo ke xa ubuza uCommission ukuba xa bekuyinjongo yenu ukuhlasela benizowayekelani la mapolisa lawo amabili ningahlaseli niyohlasela lawo amaninzi ubuchaza ukuthini ngaloo nto?
Nangoku ndisazibuza lo mbuzo.
I'm still asking myself that question even today, sir, because
Xa kuthiwa besihlasela amapolisa siwayekeleni la amapolisa ebeqale ngosidubula wona kanti besihlasela.
if it is alleged that we were attacking, why would we leave these two policemen who were shooting at us if we intended attacking?
Chairperson, is this an appropriate time?
I was going to go on to 11:15, but if you would prefer me to take the adjournment now, I shall do so. We need Mr. Ngulwana's information after tea, so we have to have a tea adjournment.
Thank you,
If
Chairperson.
it's convenient,
It is.
it's an appropriate stage in your cross-examination, take the adjournment now, we'll do so.
Yes, Chairperson. It's a natural break. Thanks.
Right,
Enkosi,
will now take-
sizawuthi ke sithathe ixesha letiye kancinci.
Commission resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, you're still under oath. Please proceed with your re-examination.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may place on record that the information from SAPS is still outstanding, but there's an understanding between us that we will defer that part of the re-examination. I understand that they're still trying to trace Mr. Ngalwana, and I've accepted their assurances that it will be given to me as soon as possible.
Ke usatsho umhlekazi uMpofu into ba ezi video bekuthiwa ngazo sesubs okanye le nkcazelo le information isalindelwe nangoku kodwa kusalindelwe ke nomhlekazi uNgalwana ukuthi aze nayo.
You said has been confirmed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Uvumelana naye ba injalo lonto leyo.
Mr. Magidiwana, you were asked questions about what Mr. Matunjo said and what the police did not say and so on in the following context, in the context of the leaving your weapons or putting your weapons down. Now, I just want to ask you to clarify that issue with a direct question that on the 16th, did anyone, whether it was Mr. Matunjo, whether it was the police, whether it was whoever, did anyone ever address a group of workers on the 16th and ask them to put down their weapons?
Ininzi ke lento bithetheka apha kuthiwa noMathunjwa ethetha into yoba utheko nibekani phantsi izixhobo nento ezingathethwanga mhlawumbi ngamapolisa. Into afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku usenior council into yoba ngala mhla we-16 ukhona umuntu oke wathetha nani wanixelela into yoba nibeke phantsi izixhobo zenu?
Akekho.
No, there was never such a person.
Thank you. And it's been suggested, I think yesterday under cross-examination, that you should have guessed that the police expected you to hand over your weapons. Do you remember the evidence which was given of General Mpembe on the 13th, when he very clearly told that group what he expected them to do with the weapons?
Ekuthethiwe izolo into befuneka nina bini banicingile ifunwa amapolisa niyenze. Usakhumbula kubungqondo bunikiwe into yokuba uGeneral Mpembe wacela into yokuba abantu benze ntoni na? Yesixhobo.
Ndiyayiva nxa ithethwa laa nto.
I heard it when it was being said.
Yes. Let's wait. Yes. No, I'm quite aware that this would be secondary knowledge to you because you were not there when General Mpembe was making the statements. But the question that I really want to ask you, or rather we will argue at the end that the approach that was followed by General Mpembe on the 13th, which is to warn the people, tell them what the police expect, and so on, is actually in accordance with the police regulations, which say that the first thing you do is to tell the people explicitly what it is that they should or should not do. Now the question to you is simply, do you know of any reason why on the 16th the police did not follow those regulations? Why they did not say to you, put down the weapons, otherwise we will shoot, and so on and so on?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku le nto yenziwa nguGeneral Mpembe yokuba acele abasebenzi babeke phantsi izixhobo ngelaa xesha ngumgaqo-nkqubo okanye indlela esetyenziswayo emapoliseni nakwiincwadi zabo kubhalwe into lolo hlobo. Kodwa ke into afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku usenior counsel into yokuba unesizathu okanye uyayazi uba kutheni nge-16 bengenzanga loo nto leyo na leyo yenziwe nguGeneral Mpembe ngeli xesha wayethetha nabantu?
Andazi ba kutheni bengayenzanga lona.
I don't know why they did not do that.
And the next question which I was going to ask you, you've already answered. I think Commissioner Hemorrhage or somebody else asked you as to what you would have done had the police given such a warning or made such an order. Do you remember that?
Commissioner Wamaraj bese kubuzile into ba ukuba amapolisa babekhuphe umyolelo njalo bathi bekaniphansi isixhobo nani izokwenza ntoni na.
Yes. Now, because you were not informed, you gave evidence that when the barbed wire was pulled, you did not know what was going to happen. And what did you think might happen?
Uthi ke ngexesha kwakutswala ucingo wawungazi into ba kuza kwenzeka ntoni. Wawucinga mhlambi intoni ibinginokwenzeka pha.
Zendicinga ba mhlambe sizobanjwa.
I thought perhaps we were going to be arrested.
Okanye kuzofika umqeshi
Or that the employer will arrive there.
You've also said that at some stage during the pulling of the barbed wire, you realized that what Matunjo had warned about might be about to happen. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula uthe ngelixesha ke ngokutsala ucingo uye waqonda okanye wathi lento ibithethwa Mathunjwa inoba ke nguyiyo le yenzekayo. Yes.
And at that point, once you made that realization, what was the decision that was taken?
Wathi wafumanisa lonto leyo ke isenzeka isigqibo enisithathayo saba sisiphi?
kuhamba.
It was to leave.
And is it correct that Mr. Matunjwa, in saying that you were going to be killed, or warning that you were going to be killed, his advice was that you should leave the copy?
Inyani into yokuba ngeli xesha esithi kuni uMathunjwa nizawubulawa wayenicebisa into yoba manihambe.
Kunjani.
It is so.
Now, you've now told us that you
Sorry,
indeed...
Chairperson, can I just get clarity on this part? My friend is asking on this line, and I thought the witness's answer was he did not hear.
No, he said
Mr. Matunjwa's.
Kunjani.
No, I'm raising a different issue. I thought the witness had said he did not hear Mr. Matunjwa's address. Because you remember there's the part that Matunjwa said, the employer says he's not talking about 12,500 and he's not coming. As was put by Mr. Ngalwan.
Okay.
Ucela ke ucacise kule ndawo ngoba kukhona indawo umbuzo bekuthiwa ubuzwa umhlekazi uNgalwana apho wathi wena xa uphendula zange uyive lonto yayibuzwa umhleka usina council uNgalwana.
No. It's addressed to me. Chairperson, I think my learned friend is maybe mixing up two issues. The issue I'm addressing is simply that Matunjwa said to them that you are going to be killed and so on, and knelt down to ask them to leave the copy. There was no suggestion that did not happen. But about the issue of the weapons and so on, it's true that the witness had said that it was not said.
Uyacacisa ke into yokuba xa ethetha
And I think my learned friend is nodding understandingly.
Uyacacisa kakuhle ngoba ingathi ubhidanisa izinto ezimbini kodwa usicacisile umhlekazi uMpofu uba zeziphi izinto na kwanezi azivileyo yena uMzoxolo.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Magidiwana. That issue has been cleared up.
Ko lomba ke ucacile ngoku.
Yes. The issue has now been cleared up. All I was asserting to you was that Matunjwa said, you must leave, otherwise you're going to be killed. Obviously, you said you did not believe him. When you started to believe him, you took a decision to leave as he had advised. And whatever else happened is what I'm now going to ask you about. When you then decided to leave, once you realized that Matunjwa's warning had been true, how did you decide to, or rather, what route did you decide to take to leave the copy?
Xa nibone ke ngoku eli cingo liyatsala nokuba le nto yayithethwa nguMathunjwa yaqalisa ukwenzeka, nithathe isigqibo sokuba ukuhamba nizawuhamba ngeyiphi indlela.
Ngale isuke eMarekane ibheka eNkanene.
With the one that is from Marikana and leading to Nkanenge.
Yes. And there's already evidence which has been led. I won't refer you to the slide, that a number of the people, I don't know how many, indeed also made that, or seem to have made that decision because they left the copy. And all I want to ask you is, what route did they take, those who had successfully executed Matunjwa's advice?
Njengoba bekutshiwo nalapha ubungqina nangona ningazucela uba iphinde idlalwe lo video leyo, aba bantu baninzi kuthiwa bebese behambile bathi bona ke ngoku balithatha ke ngoku icebo okanye le nto beyicebisa uMathunjwa ngexesha behamba bonabo ke baninzi baye bahamba ngeyiphi indlela.
Ngale nathi besizohamba ngayo.
They walked on the one on which we also had intended to walk.
Yes, and in a way you followed them, but what happened when it was your turn to take that road near the crown?
Singathi ngandlela ithile niye nabalandela nami emva kwabo, kodwa xa nithi ke ukunihamba ngayo nani landlela intoni into yenzeka.
Kubiyelwa ngecingo sigityiselwa amanzi phoso angamanzi sibaleke.
It was then being blocked by barbed wire and also being sprayed on with water, and where we ran away. When we made a turn on the road around the kraal, with the intention of also emerging or appearing on that very same road. The police left the place where they were, and they had already closed that gap or the place where we had intended to walk or pass. And they shot at us.
Thank you. This is quite a crucial piece of evidence. Can you please tell the Commission whether, when you say you were blocked near the kraal, which we've heard a lot about, when that road was blocked, and before you turned around the kraal, did you see that line of policemen, the ones who eventually shot at you that we've seen in the videos? Were they in that position or were they not in that position?
Othi ke lento is as ayithethayo ngoku into ebaluleke kakhulu kule commission kubungqina obune. Othi ngeli xesha ke ngoku ne nina ngaphambi banizowujika ke ngoku apha ngobuhlanti. Lamapolisa ayephaya into afuna uyiqonda nani wabonile anga ayime ingathenze umgca phaya.
Zange siwabona amapolisa.
We never saw the police officers.
Amapolisa siwabone ngokuvela kwethu nasesithi ngokuyo nanga asukile kulanda bekuyo.
We only saw the police after we had in fact emerged, and we said they are, because they had already left the place where they were, and then all of a sudden they were there. And they were on the path or the road where we had intended to pass, and they had already blocked in fact that road.
Yes, and I really would like you to explain this to the Commission. We see you, you've answered that question. We see you now in picture L206, looking at the two policemen who were shooting. And then I think in the video we then see you sort of being obscured from them by one of the nyalas. Can you please take the commission then exactly what step by step, what happened to you from the time you were looking at this policeman, 2 policemen were shooting and crying out as you are in 206 to the point at which you were shot down?
Uchazile ke into kuba na le video ke akanye apha exhibit le ubizwa ngo-L ku-206 kuyaboniswa ifoto apho kubonakala ujonge khona amapolisa ne lamapolisa ke ayedubulanga khona ixesha apho ubonakala usithela apha ngasehipeni ane ngoke ufuna uqonda ke ukusicacisele kuvakale into yokuba kusukela ngala xesha wawujongela amapolisa uyojongela xesha wawugqitha phaa uyophela kulandana nodutyulwa kuyo uze nayo ngokwendlela yenzeke ngayo into yokuba into yenzeke kwesasithuba okanye yintoni eyenzekileyo.
Hlekazi ninzi into esenzeka apha.
Oh sir, many things happened there.
Yes.
Sorry,
just for clarity, I'm just asking, I know many things were happening. I was asking in relation to you, what happened to you from what we see there to the time when we see you on the ground.
Into afuna uyibalise ke uyayazi ba ininzi into yenzekileyo phaa kodwa ke balisa thetha ngawe kusukela ngala xesha wena uvela phaa uyotsho kwela xesha ke ukubuse ulele phansi usemhlabeni phansi.
Ukuvela kwami kulamapolisa amabini.
When I appeared in front of those 2 police officers, by then it was a time there was already a smoke. And they fired shots. At that stage, it was then that I screamed and then running and leaving them where they are as I was running. As I had left them and then went further, I then realized that they were in fact the others who were in front of me but standing in a line. Those then are the police officers who shot at us.
Yes. Now, I just want to ask you this. In this period that you've just described now, on L206, we can see you holding on your left-hand side a stick, and you are holding it almost at the halfway point in the middle of the stick. Can you see that?
Uthi ke ngokwapha xa sijonga phaa koluxwebhu lamapolisa nekulomfanekiso ubiza u-206 yakubona apho uyabonakala uphethe intonga kwaye uyiphethe apha phakathi le ntonga uyayibona loo nto esikithini.
Ndiyayibona.
I can see that.
Now the evidence of the police is probably going to be that in the period that you've just described to the commission, you were in some, what they call attacking formation. Do you understand that?
Uthi ke into ezawuthetha ngamapolisa apha ngeli xesha nochaza ngalo elithuba nje uthetha ngalo babe kwenzeka ntoni indlela neniwe ngayo okanye naniyiyo nanisonda ngawo.
Yes, I see you shake your head. I know you've already denied that. I was just telling you what they're going to say. My question is, and I think it's common cause now that you were holding, that was the only weapon that you were holding. Well, maybe that's too much because there's the issue of the gun and so on. Let me say the only traditional stroke dangerous weapon apart from the disputed gun that you were holding.
Uthi ke ngaphandle kwale mpuku phikisana ngawo abanye bathi buphethe wena usawuphethanga into obuyiphethe ebonakala apha ke yintonga.
Kunjani?
It is so.
Now, what I want to know from you are 2 things. Firstly, are you left-handed or right-handed?
Uthi ke ngoku ufuna ukwazi into enye ke ngoku into kuba ulingcele okanye ngumuntu osebenzisa isandla sasekunene na?
Sebenzisa isandla sasekunene.
I am right-handed.
And between the time that we see in L206 where you are holding the stick in the middle of the stick with your left hand side, did you ever change that position in relation to you and the stick?
Into ofuna uyiqonda njengoba sibona apha ke ngoku kule mfanekiso lo ingathi uyibambe ngesandla sasekhohlo ngenxa le ntonga le likhona ixesha ke ngoku apho uye watshintsha khona wayibamba kwelinye icala?
Ayalekho.
No, there was never such a moment.
And in one of the footages that we're going to show, there is a portion which I'll ask you to watch out for when we do that, where we can see the stick being pulled away from your body while you were down. Do you remember that?
Uthi khona enye ke ngoku ivideo ezawudlalwa apho kulo video leyo kubonakala intonga ke ngoku itsalwa kanye isuswa pha kuwe ke ulele phansi wena usayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndiyayikhumbula ile bendiyifuna ndiyixela ndisithi ikhona ivideo ekudontswa induku kum yam.
Yes, I remember it. It's the one in fact I wanted. The one I said there is a clip in fact which shows the time where my stick was being taken from me.
Thank you. Happily, you've been subsequently proven right by our discovery of some footage which I'm going to show you.
Kodwa ikhona ke enye ivideo ke nyane ekungqinelayo efunyenwe lilo igqwetha ummeli wakho.
And before we go to the video, I'd like you to ask you to explain another supposedly rhetorical question which you asked to the commission. You said something like, if you run away from water, why would you not run away from guns? Can you explain what you meant by that?
Ukhona komnye umbuzo buciko buthe wena wawubuza apha ne into ithethileyo apha buthe ukuba ke ngoku wawunokubaleka amanzi into inokwenza uba ungayibaleki imiphu yona. Awucacise loo nto leyo mfo kabawo.
Unobangela ndibuze kanjalo.
The reason why I asked that rhetorical question,
ekuqaleni kwalento yonke basigqibele ngodutyula besibaleka amanzi.
when this whole thing started, where we were eventually shorted, we in fact were running away from the water.
Kodwa sifuna le ndlela yokuphuma.
But in fact we were looking for this path with which we were going to go through.
Kuzothiwa ngoku into besenzeka thina besi-attack amapolisa.
Now, what was being said was that we were attacking the police.
Singayenza kanjani loo nto besibaleka amanzi?
Well, how can we do that? How can we do that as we were running away from the water? How can then run to the firearm?
Yes. Okay, well, I'm also not going to answer that question. But maybe one day in argument it will be answered. Right. There was also evidence about the exact route and paths that you did or did not follow between the place where your group was sitting and the crawl. You remember that?
Kukho indlela ebeke kwathethwa ngazo kwabuza into bakuthe ningalandelanga okanye ningahambanga ngazo na uthi ke ususela lapho iqelele lakho belihleli khona kuyotsho apho ubuhlanti bukhoyo usayikhumbula ile xesha bekubuza into enjalo? Yes.
And I think this issue was also touched on this morning in relation to slide number 194
Uthi ke uqimba na wike lento
by
ya
Commissioner Emmerich.
kwathethwa ngayo ke ngoku nalapha eksasa kujongwe pha ku mfanekiso apho kuno 193
194.
194 xolo kulonto apha.
First, I want to inform you that this exhibit is not yet evidence, and therefore the question of where those arrows should be or should not be is a matter that hopefully the police will educate us on at a later stage.
Uthi ke ngethamsanqa izilamaxwebhu sobona vele mfanekiso azika bibubungqina ngoku ke amapolisa wona ngawaza uthi xa elapha azoyicacisa kakuhle ilento yale migca sibona ke ilapha kule mifanekiso.
But be that as it may, I really would like you to explain something which I thought became one of the most confusing pieces of evidence.
Nangona kunjalo ikhona ke into endifuna uyicacise ndiye ndabona uba ingathi apha ebungqineni ingathi inokubhida iyabhida inendlela ebhida ngayo.
And I did suggest in your presence to the commission where at least I thought the confusion came from, but I'd like to take you through it.
Uthi ke uye wayicacisa lento into yokuba okubhidana okanye ubhide kokhoyo kwenzeke ndawoni kanye njani na kodwa ke ndizakubonisa loo nto leyo.
When Mr. Ngalwana was, and unfortunately he's not here, was questioning you about what he terms as the first approach you made to go through, to put it neutrally. He was referring to that yellow arrow. Do you understand that? The first one, the straight one.
Nangona sibona ba engekho apha usina council Ngalwana kodwa ukho apho bethetha ngane kubuza ngeli xesha ke ngoku besithi nina benisiza okokuqala kodwa ngelo xesha bebhekisa apha ke ngoku kulomgca siubona ba umthubi ngelo xesha.
And you, when you are talking about the first approach or whatever you call it, the first time, what were you referring to?
Ngeli xesha wena buthetha ubalisa apho uthi into yokuqala yenzile onye kokuqala ngeli xesha besegameli lokuqala into yokuqala inenzile bubhekise entweni ngelo xesha.
The njengoba ekhomba pha kulaa ndawo asifunanga khange sihambe kulaa ndlela ixelayo.
I said as he was pointing there on that path, we did not walk on that path, in fact, that he had mentioned.
On the yellow line?
Yes.
Where was your first time?
Xa uthi ke wena okokuqala nithetha okokuqala nihamba iyenzeka phi loo nto leyo?
Yenzeka pha entabeni.
It was in the copy.
Sihamba endleleni le ibheka straight ngasethafeni.
But we were walking on the path, in fact, which is leading directly to the veld.
Yes, you trace that, I think it's triple E.
Mr. Poffer, don't you have this in the witness's own hand on exhibit triple E 8.3?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
Here. You have that on triple E 8, rather you've traced your version of the route on triple E 8.3.
Andithi kukhona apho uye wasizobela khona indlela ethe nenayihambayo ne? Yes.
And in terms of that route, when was it that for the first time something happened to you and you were sent, rather sprayed with water and so on?
Kule ndlela benihamba niqale nini ukutshizwa ngamanzi?
Siqale kwenye encinci ngasizofika kule ndlela ibheka enkaneni.
We started on that small path when we were about to reach the one that leads to Nkaneng.
Yes. And when you are giving your evidence referring to the small path, was there any other small path that you are referring to except for the one you've just told us about now?
Ubungqina bakho ngeli xesha ke ngoku buthetha ngendlela encinci. Ikhona enye indlela engenye buthetha ngayo ngaphandle kwale usixelele ngayo wena?
Indlela ezincinci ebendithetha ngazo zimbini.
The small paths that I talked about are two. There are two of them.
Yes.
Enye ingaphambili apha ngakusekujoyineni kwasebuhlanti.
Then the other one, in fact, is in front. And before you,
Ijoyina indlela lesuke emarekane kodwa
Okay.
iphanga sebuhlanti.
okay, it joins that path that is, in fact, from Marikana, but this particular one is near the crawl.
Yes. And the other one?
Enye yona?
Enye ke indlela ile ujikela kuyo ngasebuhlanti.
The other one, small path, is the one you use to turn around when you walk to turn around the crawl.
Hayi impashampatha kona ngendawo ehamba inkomo leya not bengakana.
Inenca. It's
Nomgqubo.
it has got some weeds in it. In fact, that is where in fact it has got cow dung, according to him, and that is where the cattle usually move.
Yes. And you said Impachapach.
He said utega khona inomgqubo.
Okay. And okay, that's we can, for the question of sake of this question, we can eliminate that. Is that you're referring to the spot where you were more or less when we were talking about L206?
Uthi ke indawo enisondele kuyo leyo ngoku nani lapha ke kulo mfanekiso nje bebonise ku 206 indawo enisondele kuyo leyo ugqibo thetha ngayo ngoku enifuphi kuyo.
Ewe.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Before we go to the footage,
Amba siye pha ku video.
I just want to refer, you know that you were referred many times to, are you okay? Sorry, Chairperson, the witness did indicate at tea time that he was not feeling well, but he could continue. So I'm just inquiring as to whether he's still fine.
Ngexesha lethu kuthiwa kutshilo into yoba uziva kakuhle ngoku usafuna uqonda uba userayithi usaziva kakuhle.
Ungaqhubeleka kancinci mhlekazi.
You can continue, say just a little bit. I will tell you then if maybe there is something.
Thank you. You know that you were asked extensively about a certain Mr. X.
Uyakhumbula ke uye wabuzwa kakhulu ngalo muntu ubizwa umhlekazi uX lo.
Ndiyakhumbula mhlekazi.
I remember, sir.
Yes. And his version was put to you in some great detail.
Uye waxelelwa zonke izinto ekuthiwa uyazithetha yena uX lo.
Kunjalo
It is
mhlekazi.
so, sir.
Well, I'd like to, there were certain important parts which were skipped, so to speak, from his version, which I would like to bring to your attention.
Uthi ke zikhona ezinye izinto kwinto azithethileyo eziye zashiywe zayekwa zathethwa ngoku ke mna ndizawuzitsho ngokezo zinto ezo.
And it was explained to you that the police will rely a lot on what Mr. X's evidence regarding what happened in the period in question. You remember that?
Uvile nokuba amapolisa ayawuthembela akholelwa kakhulu kwezinto ezi u-X athi zenzekile ngela xesha usayikhumbula loo nto leyo mos?
Ewe.
Yes.
Okay, well, this is one of the things that Mr. X says.
Nantsi enye into ayithethayo ke u-X le ilandelayo ngoku.
This is about the 12th. You remember you were told about paragraph 12.
Paragraph.
As it happens, yes. But it's also about the 12th. You remember the chairperson asked you a few questions, and even Mr. Ngalwana, about relating to the killing of security officials on the 12th.
Lento ke ingesehlo esenzeke nge-12 usakhumbula ke nangokuya usenior council uNgalwana kunye nosihlalo bekubuza ngokubulawa konogada ababini usayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember.
Now, Mr. X says this about that incident. I saw 2 security officials trying to get into their vehicle,
Ibone onogada ababini bezama ukungena kwiinqwelo zabo.
and we blocked them and assaulted with our weapons.
Siye sabavalela ke sababloka sababetha ke ngoku ngezixhobo zethu.
I personally stabbed one of the security officials somewhere on the mouth or face.
Ndiye ndahlaba omnye wabo emlonyeni okanye ebusweni.
I stabbed him with a butcher knife I had with me.
Ndiye ke ngoku ndamhlaba ngaloo meli nkulu ibizwa ibhutsha endandinayo ndiphethe.
Yes, and we know from what you were told that that person possibly died.
Siyazi ke seva umuntu oba lo mntu waye ke ngoku waphulukana nobomi bakhe.
And then you remember being asked about whether or not you had gone with a group that went to K4.
Usakhumbula ngoku wawubuza into yoba wahamba nela qela na laliya K4?
Ndiyayikhumbula mhlekazi.
I remember, sir.
Well, this is what Mr. X says about that incident at paragraph 16, Chairperson.
Xa echaza ke into eyenzekayo ke phaa kuloo ndawo K4 kuparagraph 16 uthetha la mazwi alandelayo.
I remember while attacking the people who were reporting for duty, I saw one lying on the ground whom we assaulted, and I personally stabbed him on the lower part of his stomach or hip.
Uthi ke ndiyakhumbula sibetha abantu abehamba besiya ke emsebenzini ukhona ke owayelele phantsi ndiye ndamhlaba ke ngokapha isisu kodwa ezantsi okanye esinqeni.
I stabbed him with the bush knife I had in my possession. I do not know whether that person was still alive or not when I stabbed him.
Ndiye ndamhlaba ke ngoku ngesinkempe endandiziphethe andiyazi into yoba lo mntu emva koba ndimhlabile waphila okanye kwenzeka ntoni ngaye wasweleka.
So that's the second person that was possibly killed by Mr. X.
Umuntu wesibini okunokwenzeka into yoba ubulewe ngumnumzana u-X lo.
And then do you remember you were asked by Mr. Ngalwana regarding a group that went to Eastern Platinums in the early hours of the morning, I think.
Usakhumbula ke ngoku umhlekazi uNgalwana ekubuza ngeli qela laliye Eastern Platinum kungentseni. Usayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember.
About that one, Mr. X says, that incident, Mr. X at paragraph 17 says this.
Uthi ke u-X lo ku paragraph 17 kwintetho statement sakhe.
He's describing the incident at which somebody was killed there. During that episode.
Ubalisa ke ngesehlo esathi senzeka apho kwaye kwaseleka lo mntu ngelo xesha.
He says, okay, before the man can finish, someone assaulted him on the back of his head with a bush knife, and someone else also stabbed him with a spear on his left front chest.
Uthi ke ngoku kwenzeka loo nto leyo omnye uthe ke ngezinkempe wamhlasela apha enqeni ne waze omnye ke ngoku wamhlaba okanye wamhlasela ngesinkempe kwisiphika sakhe esisilapha ekhohlo.
And he says, the man fell down on his back and I also stabbed him on the abdomen.
Uthi lo ndoda leyo yaye yawa ngomqolo ke nam ndamhlaba ke esiswini.
We also know that that person died.
Siyayazi bana lo mntu lo waye wasweleka.
And that's the third person.
Umntu wesithathu ke ngoku lo sithetha ngaye.
Now, these were the parts that were not put to you about Mr. X's version. When the parts that were put to you, you said Mr. X was a liar. Do you have any comment on what I've just said to you now?
Ke ngoku into bekuthiwa uzithethile apho Mr. X ozivileyo kulapho wena uye waphendula wathi lo mntu lo lixoki. Ngoku sewuvile ezibungaxelelwanga ngazo agqibokuxela ngazo ke ngoku umhlekazi. Kwezi nto ke ngoku agqibo zithetha ngoku ufuna uqonda into ba ufuna ukuphefumla nje utsho amabini amathathu.
Ewe mhlekazi.
Yes sir.
Yes.
Ewe.
Uyambona lo nce?
Do you see this X?
Kuyena mntu ngumbulali.
He is the real murderer.
Kuye lo ugebenge abantu ucacile.
It's obvious that he's the one who murdered people.
And that might be argument. Do you have any comment about the fact that the police will rely on such a person?
That's the point of
It is
point of
argument,
argument.
yes. Thank you.
You can say it from the bar later
Yes.
if you like, but
No, I accept that.
submission won't be strengthened by the fact that you rely on his evidence.
From the
agreeing with
witness, yes. Chairperson, yes. Thank you very much.
Unqandiwe ke mhlekazi mpo kuthiwa leya befuna ibuza izawuthethwa kwingxoxo mpikiswano.
Thank you. Yes, we'll leave that for argument. Thank you, Mr. Magidiwana. I think the stage might be appropriate to do that footage, Chairperson.
Ubona uba ngoku lixesha elifanelekileyo ukuba laa video
Oh,
ingadlala.
yes, and the warning. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes.
What I'm saying now is addressed to people in the auditorium. I'm told that we're going to be shown video clips which depict some of the people who died on the 16th of August. And the sight of them on the clips, particularly after they've been shot, is likely to cause distress and hurt to their loved ones and relations.
Yeah.
So if anyone in the auditorium falls in that category, is either a loved one or relation of any of the people who were killed on the 16th of August, I will ask that the clip not be shown for 2 minutes after what I've just been said is being translated, to enable them to leave the auditorium if they wish.
Into ayithethayo ke ngokusihlalo uthi ubhekisa kuni bazali enihleleni apha nizokumamela. Uthi ke zikhona iivideo ezizawuthi zidlalwe apha zizawuveza abantu abaye basweleka. Ngoku ke ngenxa zilalamane nabo ke ngokubachaphazelekayo bazintsapho zabo abakho apha abangathi xa bebona ke ngoku lo mifanekiso okanye zo foto baphazamiseke emoyeni kuvuseleleke kakhona namanxeba ebesephola. Ngoku ke ngoku baphiwa ithuba lokuba bangaphumela ngaphandle imizuzu emibini. Kuyawuthi ke xa senigqiba ukuthetha emva kwemizuzu emibini idlalwe lo video leyo.
Thank you, Chairperson. While that is happening, if I may just give some instructions. We're going to be doing item 2 and 3 on the list. And if you can, item 1 is the longer e-news clip. Item 3 is the SABC clip, which is much shorter. And if you can, on the e-news clip, there are intervals where you see words written. If you can pause in those intervals, then I'll ask questions for each segment. Thank you.
Have these clips been shown already? Do they have exhibit numbers? Or do we have to give them new exhibit numbers?
It's definitely new footage, Chairperson. So although it does contain some of the footage we've seen, but it's new itself.
Ke ivideo entsha ikanikwa ubungqina kodwa ke zizinto ezifumaneke esibhisini ezinye ese-e-TV uyawutsho ke nto xa idlalwa funeka ayimise okanye ayimise phi na loo video leyo.
But then can you please help us tell us how we must describe this exhibit or these exhibits?
That with the e-news, I think.
Chair, the e-news clip would be triple E16. Now, I believe that Mr. Mpofu's team has caused copies of the of DVDs with these clips to be distributed.
Kuthiwa izawubizwa u-triple
And the
E16
second
ke
clip is
ivideo
the SABC clip. Is that also new material as far as the Commission is concerned, Mr. Mpofu?
Chair, as far as I'm aware, it is new material there.
So that will be triple E17.
Triple E17 would be the SABC clip, and I believe there are DVDs of this clip also available.
Yes.
If parties don't have it, we can distribute it lunchtime.
Yes. Chairperson, if I may just clarify, it would seem that with regard to the e-news clip, there was some understanding that it would be distributed to the evidence leaders and they would distribute it. But if that has not been done, we'll take responsibility. As far as the SABC clip is concerned, we've got copies which we can hand out quickly. Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Uthi zikhona iikopi ezithile ezenziweyo izawuthi ke zinikwe amanye amaqela akho apha.
Have to be distributed now, they can be distributed lunchtime.
Yes, it can actually.
No one's going to
Yes.
look at the DVD that's been given to him.
Yes, and it's
now.
cut. This one is relatively short. Thank you. Okay, Tupsi.
No, what I've said has been heard by the relevant person.
Yes.
You don't have to give them out just yet. Give them out at lunchtime.
At lunchtime. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, then can we start with the e-news?
Maske siqale ke ngaleyo i-news video.
Mr. Magidiwana, can you have a look?
They've essentially decided that he was going to come back here.
Could we go back to the front? I missed the wording. The wording before that, the very first.
Yes. Start right at the beginning.
Had something that I didn't read.
Khona into befuna ifunda ebhaliweyo pha usihlalo ke.
Maybe does it start?
Is that the beginning?
Oh yes, yes, it is. So to speak.
That's it.
Thank you. Oh yes.
They've essentially decided that he was going to come back here and address the workers. And he did, as he did, he then was told in no uncertain terms by the strikers that they are not going to move unless they, the union leaders, get the mine management to come back with a confirmation that they will get the 12,500 that they're looking for and stipulate on which day that they will get that money.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because I just want to point out that we're looking at the latest visuals from London. As you can see, police moving in there under heavy fire. They've moved into the area, and what we're seeing on our screens now is the police moving towards the workers. Speak to break up the strike at London, trying to remove workers who have been sitting on the hill refusing to budge for most of the day. And you heard from Colin Gumby that this is what they're calling, they're moving into the tactical stage now. Connie, so what we're seeing, I'm not sure where you are in relation to this, but a lot of armed policemen moving into the area. Maybe you tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Right now, as I speak to you, I'm standing and looking at the hill where the workers had previously gathered, and it's clear. On the sky are 4 choppers, police choppers, circling the area. The Inyalas, police Inyalas, are moving in that field, the fenced area, where the police are obviously confronting the striking workers. And as I reported earlier, some of the police officials had run back because they had inhaled the gas that they had fired at the striking workers, and basically reported to us that some of the workers were holding pistols, about 3 pistols, and they had started firing those pistols. As to the kind of ammunition that is in those pistols, I cannot tell you, and they were unable also to confirm to me whether those were live rounds. As I speak to you now, I see the trucks, the ones that fire water, and obviously from a distance, I see them firing it time and again, and I also see some blue water also being fired. Now, I can't tell you what that is, but that's essentially the situation here.
Just come in. What we're seeing now is police in some kind of standoff lined up with their weapons. We see a number of what look like workers on the ground. We're not sure if they're ducking the fire or what they're doing there, but there are a number of men lying on the ground, and we're watching literally as we speak, Polly, the police moving in slowly towards the area where the striking workers are at London. They're moving in to disperse striking workers. Polly.
That's right, Deborah. I might just add to you that there's about 400 police officials, according to the police commissioner who addressed the media today, and they obviously are not only from the Northwest Province, they're also from surrounding provinces, because they had called in extra police officials to come and assist. So those police officials that are deployed here, some of them are from the tactical unit, and of course it would explain the tactical phase, as they called it, which is the process which is now that is unfolding before our eyes, which is that of trying to disarm the striking workers and also get them to disperse.
It looks like a number of these people have been shot lying there, and police have moved into the area to disperse the striking workers. Those pictures from literally a short while ago, as police moved in to break up what has been a very tense situation at London for nearly a week now, leaving 10 people dead, 2 of them police officers. There is still a police officer who is in a critical condition in hospital right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Enkosi.
Now, Mzoxolo, I know it's not easy for you to watch some of these things, but I'm going to ask you a few questions in the same way. If there's an objection, to try and save time, I'll lead you on the issues that are patently from the video, but I'm sure if I overstep, then my colleagues will object.
Yes, the witness is crying, Senior Counsel.
I was looking at him as you spoke.
Yes.
And we're having the same reaction we had before.
Yes.
Again, one can understand, as I said, this was brings back the most cataclysmic event in his life. Imagine the emotional turmoil that he's undergoing while he watches it. Yes. Perhaps we can ask, perhaps someone got some sugar water perhaps to take, and ask him whether he feels able to continue. There's no point in torturing him by asking him questions particularly about this matter, at a time when he's very upset.
When he's upset, yes, Chairperson.
Upon his
Chairperson, if I can just get an indication.
Yes, it might be sensible to take lunch, Jim, continue at say 1:30.
In any event, yes.
Maybe the missing advocate in Gulwana will have been found by the search party by then.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mzoxolo.
Can we continue with this after lunch? The Chairperson thinks you should use the lunch break maybe to recover.
Uthi ke ngokusihlalo yena mhlambi ke ixesha le lunch
See from here
masikenzolo
the
nuzama
tears
uba
on his face.
ufumana amandla kakhona singaqhubekeka emva kwelunch kakhona na ufuna uqonda.
Chairperson, yes, we do expect this
Even
to
if
be...
he's prepared to carry on, I don't know we should subject him to it, even if he's willing to be subjected. We'll adjourn till 1:30.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
Sizawubuyela ngo1:30.
Yeah.
Come on. Okay.
Commission.
Commission resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, you're still under oath.
Khumbule ke bhuti usafungile ne?
I take it you have further questions in re-examination. Are there further video clips that you want to show?
Yes, Chairperson.
I take it that those in the auditorium are aware of the fact that the warning I gave still stands.
Yes, Chairperson.
Usatsho ke usihlalo into yoba ucinga uba abazali ndisakhumbula mos isilumkiso aye wasitsho wasikhupha kusihlalo phamba kuzodlalwa ezi video kuzoqhutyekekwa ngazo ngoku.
Chairperson, before I continue, I just wanted to place on record that my learned colleagues for SAPS and I had another discussion about the pathways. It seems like there are still 2 of them which are outstanding, but we have sort of reached an arrangement in terms of which I will defer, for lack of a better word, my cross-examination on the issue of dates. And possibly, should we still have grounds to dispute the dates and so on, when SAPS leads that evidence on Exhibit L, we would then deal with it that way. Otherwise, we'll find ways of having admissions between ourselves.
I mean, the witness is committed to a version
Yeah.
that he wasn't there on the 14th or the 15th. So if it's established that those photographs were indeed taken on the 14th or 15th, then he may have problems. If, on the other hand, it's not, and it seems clear that they were taken on the 16th, well, then obviously the situation will be different. There'll be nothing for him to explain further because his version is already on record.
Thank you.
So, as you say, it's a matter to be dealt with primarily with the police when they set out to prove the evidential material contained in Exhibit L. Yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I confirm the arrangements.
No mhlekazi uMdibeti uyavuma into yoba ewe kho into enjalo ekuyo kwagqitywa ngayo uba iza kwenzeka ngaloo ndlela.
Mr. Mpofu, you did indicate to me in chambers that as to how long you thought you would be with the witness. Perhaps you could put that on record as well.
Yes.
Because there's a consequence of it, which I think in fairness we should tell people in the auditorium about, because they might want to make other arrangements once they've heard what you're going to say.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, just to confirm that through discussions in chambers and with our learned colleagues, Mr. Semenya and Mr. Matibedi and Mr. Madlanga, and also in the interest of this particular witness, we agreed that we would try and finish him, at least today. And
I think finish his evidence might be more appropriate.
Yes, especially in the circumstances, yeah. Finish his evidence today, which might have one of 2 consequences. In the unlikely event that we finish before 4, then the chairperson indicated that we would adjourn, and then the next witness would then be would start tomorrow morning. In the more likely event that by 4 we are still busy with him, we will sit for an extra 15 or so minutes and try and round him off. Thank you, Chairperson.
It'll be longer if we have to, but anyway, the main point is that the National Commissioner, who was going to give evidence today, as the first witness called by the police, will not be giving evidence this afternoon. She will be giving evidence tomorrow.
She'll be giving evidence tomorrow. Yes, the President.
Kutsho into ethethwayo into yokubana ke ngoku u-National Commissioner wamapolisa bezawunika ubungqina bakhe namhlanje ngenxa yoba kungekagqitywa kwelingqina kuzawunika ubungqina bakhe ngomso.
Oh, yeah, but there's only one video. It's just sections of it.
I understand you've already been told that, so that you can excuse your witness if you wish to do so.
Indebted to the chair.
Besexelele kwenzela bazoxela ingqina lakhe likhululeke kuba belingekaphiwa lo myalezo lowo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I did phone Mr. Semenya with the message during the lunch break. Now, And coming back to this witness, Chairperson, thank you for giving us the break. The witness has indicated that we discussed this quite extensively yesterday, this particular evidence, and I must express my gratitude to Mr. Madlanga and subsequently Mr. Matibedi, because to try and avoid the distress, I had to seek their permission to show the video to the witness yesterday, who, strictly speaking, was still under cross-examination, and my colleagues were quite happy with that arrangement.
Uthi ke wenza ilizwi lombulelo ngoba uye wacela ukuthi bamcebise o evidence leaders ngoba uye wabona ingqondo lakhe la kwazi ukuba ngezolo lizibukela kanye zibone ezo video eso.
Yes, and that exercise seems to have made a difference, Chair. He's prepared to go on.
Ingathi lonto yenziwa ke leyo iye yenza umahluko ngoba uzimisela uba uzawuqhubekeka ke Mzoxolo.
I think we have to see the tail end of the E-News clip, which is EE16, and that will be followed by the SABC clip, which is EE17.
Yes, Chair, what I proposed to do was sort of to punctuate this video where the words appear, which is what we've done now. And I'll just ask a few questions in the manner that I had suggested, unless if there's an objection, just for the section that we've seen. Thank you.
Njengoba besijongile pha kula video ikhona imibuzo embalwa nje azawuthi ayibuze abhekisa kula video ke ngoba besijongile.
Mr. Magidiwana, on the part of this exhibit EE15 that we have already seen, 16, sorry, that we've already seen, let me start with the original issue that we were looking for, and then we found other things. Did you observe a person who looks like a journalist, a white person, who was shown at the first early stages of that clip?
Kule video ke bikubodlalwa buke wambona la uyayibona la ntatheli ngathi kumlungu kodwa ke ubonakala xa igqiba ukuqala udlalwa ke ngokule clip.
Libone.
I saw.
And does that person seem like the journalist that you referred to when you gave the evidence a day or two ago?
Lo mfobo umbona ke pha womlungu wentatheli ngathi ingathi ngulomuntu uthetha ngayo into kuba kwesahlakalo wawubalisa ngaso sasenzeka kwixesha elidluleyo ngexesha wona kubungqina bakho.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Yes, and as I indicated to the chairperson, we have traced the person, and he still has to see the footage and confirm if it is him. But after that, we'll hand over his name to the evidence leaders.
Uthi ke baye bamfuna bamkhangela lo mntu bamfumana kodwa ke uzawuthi ke ayijonge konkulo footage leyo kanye yenze and then kwaye loo nto ke izawuyithi xa yenziwe igqithiselwe nakwi-evidence leaders.
Right, and then were you able to hear, apart from the commentary to that effect, were you able to hear the sound of the choppers or helicopters?
Ngaphandle kwalo mntu ke bethetha pha vakale thetha xesha kudlala le video kodwa ke i-helicopters ingxolo le helicopter buyiva yona.
Sendizibonile nazo.
I also saw them.
Yes, on the day.
On that day.
Okay, and then coming to you, we now know where you were lying among those people. Did you observe the place where we see you for the first time, lying on your back with your left knee up?
Sibonile ke pha phakathi kwabantu babulele phina wena ne kodwa sibonile kula ndawo pha kula video abulele ngomqolo ingathi elinye idolo elilasekhohlo ingathi uligobile. Yes.
There was also another place where the camera almost zoomed onto your face and we could see your eyes open. You were looking towards the side of the road, as it were.
Uyibonile mos nangeli xesha ingathi pha kula video icamera ibijonge kuwe iveze ubuso bakho kwaye ibonakala ingathi ujonge endleleni ngelo xesha.
Kunjalo.
Iso.
And so now, in addition to the positions that you had already testified about, where you were lying on your side, taking off the towel, and then the one that we all know where you are facing the ground, we have to add this position where you were facing upwards with your knee up. Would that be correct?
Ikhona ke ulewi yayibonakele apulele ngecala khona ke ukuswa itawuli yakho nalapho ke ukubonakala ingathi ubuso kujonge phansi kodwa ke siye sanyanzeleke into ba masongeze nale apho ubonakala bulele ngomqolo khona injalo lonto.
Kanjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And finally, did you see another journalist, a black journalist who doesn't seem to be the Rastafarian you're referring to, was also running basically almost out of the footage, out of the picture?
Uyibonile ke nenye le intatheli umuntu omnyama ibonakala ibaleka kodwa ingathi ayililo ela Rasta kodwa iyabonakala pha evidweni ibaleka. Uyibonile?
Yeah, ndiyibonile.
Yes, I saw that journalist.
Sorry, I said finally, but I was wrong. One of the points of showing this particular footage was when Ms. Pillay played UU3 and AAA7. Our joint intention, as it were, was to explain, because the one, I think it's UU7, shows the police in one position, and then the next one shows them among the people. And we would have asked the commission, as it were, to extrapolate that they must have moved in. But in this video, did you observe that we actually see the moving in between those two positions?
Because videos zimbini ke kuthiwa zidlaliwa apho kubonisa amapolisa kule ndawo eme kuyo nangeli xesha ehamba ngawo amapolisa buyibonile lezo video ngeli xesha bezidlalo.
Ndizibone.
Yes, I saw that.
Finally, now this time on this part, did you see the one policeman holding a small gun moving in almost at a faster pace towards where the people were lying?
Okugqibela ke ngoku xa ndikubuza ngalo mba ulibonile ipolisa belibonakala liphethe umpu omncinci lona libalekela ingathi liya likhawuleza liya kweli cala abantu balele kulo bawele kulo. Yes.
Thank you. Can you see the second segment? Thank you very much.
Sicela ke nidlale isiqendu sesibini salo video.
Thank you. Now, thank you, Mr. Magidiwana. In this segment, just a few issues. You saw the journalist again, did you?
I saw him.
And when I was examining you in chief, we dealt with the other material of ceasefire and the shots that followed thereafter. But on this clip, were you able to detect more shots? And I'm not suggesting where they were coming from after the shouts of ceasefire.
Kwexesha lingaphambili kona ndicela ke unika ubungqina bakho sike siyawubamba lo mba apho kwakuthiwa mabaye kudubula kodwa emva koko kwabonakala bakusaqhutyeke kudubula apha kule video uvile kule kuthiwa mabaye kudubula kodwa kubekho ke ngoku ezinye izithongo ezivakalayo emva koko uyivile loo nto
Siyavakala.
yes they were so they could be heard. I could hear them.
And then, if you remember, there was a debate between you and Mr. Ngalwana about the reasons why the police may or may not have been retreating. On this video, we were able to observe the fact that the police, members of the police seemed to be overcome by the tear gas, and some of them were even coughing.
Uthi kukho ke ngoku apho nanincola khona no senior council ungalwa nithetha ngalesizathu sokuba amapolisi bingabasisi bisenza ukuba babuye umva uyabonakala ubonile pha apho kubonakala berhaxwa yi-tear gas nabanye bebonakala bekhohlela
Yabava bayakhohlela.
I could hear they were coughing there that clip.
And so in the course of that particular debate, there was a suggestion of that the police, that your evidence could not be correct because they could use masks. Did you see any policeman wearing a gas mask?
Ngexesha wayekuphikisa ke nawaye wathi loo nto ithethayo injalo ngokuba xa bengafuna urhaxwa yiyo i-tear gas ke baye bafake inantsi bangafuna utsarhwa yiyo baye bafake imask wena kulaa video ubone phaa ubone amapolisa efake ezo mask ezo
Akazifakanga.
no they didn't put them on.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm trying to make this as quick as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Kodwa uzama uyenza le nto ngokukhawuleza okudibene nonke.
Please. And rewind, because just to save time, so that we can repeat just this part.
Ucela ibuyise umva nje kancinci ngoba ikhole ndawo wafuna iphindwe idlalwe kakhona.
And please, when you redo this, if you can give us a little bit more volume. The question I wanted to put Mr. Magidiwana is whether you can hear what seems to be a loud hailer saying, "Media go away, media go away."
Uvile ke into bisenzeka apha lengxolo ebikhona apho ingathi kuthethwa ngomboko imegaphone apho kuthiwa nina nondaba okanye izintatheli hambani. Yes, I heard.
Thank you. Okay, if you can play it from the beginning, just so that everybody's attention can be drawn to that.
Ndicela ke uyiqale eqaleni uyidlala kwenzela uba wonke umuntu ayive le nto.
When I say the beginning, I don't mean the very beginning, the beginning of this segment. Yeah. Thank you. Just think 3 questions on this one.
Buza nje imibuzo emithathu ngale qhutywa dlalwa.
We're able to see the police approaching or running, not really running, but let's say rushing towards the area of towards the road side of the picture.
Uyabona amapolisa nje bevela phake ngokwedivine eyayikhawulezile ingathi ayaphangase endleleni. Yes, I saw them.
And when the volume was put up, were you able to hear the cocking of the guns before the actual shooting?
Ngoke njengoba bekunyuswe ivolume ke kungathi idlalwe ngathi ingqolo yephezulu ngaphambi ba kuzodutyula uvile nangoku ngathi batsala kanye bakhokha imipu le yabo.
Mhlakazi ndiva nje kubane ngisithi xhaxa xhaxa andazi noba benzani qha ndiva nje lo xhaxa.
No, sir, I just heard the clicking sound, but I don't know in fact what they were doing.
Okay, it's fine. We'll establish that through the police themselves. And then once again, you saw the people who were running, or rather, some of the policemen holding to their mouths, seeming to be affected by the tear gas.
Ke ubone ke namapolisa abonakala ezibamilonyeni ngathi batsarhwa ile tear gas.
Bavela cha bayatsarhwa apha kulana. Bavela bacacile bayatsarhwa.
It is obvious that indeed they are affected by the tear gas there.
No, Chairperson, if this is re-examination, then the witness must testify. It is not proper for Mr. Mpofu to be doing what he's doing now.
Okay, Chairperson, Mr. Semenya has obviously not been here. The arrangement that we had raised was that I would lead the witness for the sake of not going through this over a long time. But if it's on a contentious issue, then obviously then either I voluntarily will change the mode of questioning or there'll be an objection.
Yes, well, there is an objection, but I don't know we need to waste time on it. The video is before us now as an exhibit. We are in as good a position as the witnesses to decide whether people are putting their hands over their mouths, whether they're dealing with tear gas. He's put on record what he sees. We can, at a later stage, if there's argument about it, study the clip carefully, and there can then be argument. We don't have to just have further evidence on it at this stage. You've established what you want to establish. Whether it is in fact indicative of the fact that they were suffering from the tear gas is a matter that we're in as good a position as the witnesses to decide that.
Yes, Chair, so only subject to this. The only reason I'm doing this is really because it might look like that now, but 6 months later, when we have to argue, at least these would be pointers. Of course, they may be argued, but that would be...
But the clip will be there. If there's an issue, if there's an argument, the clip can
do it the hard way.
Yeah. I don't like to hear 6 months' time, but
well,
as a bit of an exaggeration, I would trust, but never mind, carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Kodwa ke uzawuyenza ngale ndlela icele ngayo isihlalo ngoba ezinye izinto ezifana nalezi zakwenziwa okanye zithethwe ngazo xa kukho ingxoxo-mpikiswano.
Okay, I'll take care, Chair, to really just deal with the non-contentious stuff. Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you.
Uzawuzama ukusebenza ngezinto abonayo uba mhlawumbi akukho mntu angafunda ukuthi aziphikise okanye abe nengxaki ngazo.
Okay, you can continue. We've already seen that footage.
Waqhubeka seyisibonile ke ngoku.
Damn it!
Okay, I think that one does speak for itself.
Leya isicacele yona.
Chief, man, we need a space here, Chief.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Has the warning been repeated just before these images continue?
Yes, it was.
It was. Just checking.
Uthi ewe abantu baye balumkiswa ngaphambi bazodlalwa ke ezi video.
Guys, you must hurry up.
Can you see me, Rev? Yeah. Lots of people have been shot. Yeah. Yeah, no grounds.
Mr. Magidiwana, I'll ask you just 2 or 3 issues which I wish to place on the record. We're able to see that during the movement of the police towards the bodies and at other different places, that some of the people on the ground, some of the protesters were still moving. And in particular, did you observe Mr. Nteneja in the reddish top, who seemed to be trying to struggle off the ground?
Chair, no. Talimpofu can't be testifying.
Okay. Right, Chairperson, I think...
Mr. Mpofu, at a suitable stage in the argument, this video can be shown.
Yeah.
You can say what you see there. Mr. Semenya can then get up and say he doesn't see it. And
yes. No, Chairperson, that's fine. I'll do it the long way. Mr. Magidiwana, you previously identified a gentleman that you said you know as Bai, which we established at that time in chief that it was Mr. Nteneja. Do you remember that?
Usakhumbula ngoba usitsho kuba uyamazi lo mfo ukuthiwa nguBhayi lo kwathiwa ke nguNteneja ke phofu. Usakhumbula lonto?
Ndiyamazi.
I know him.
In that video, did you observe him? And if you did, what was he doing?
Umbonile ma lapha kula video. Ukuba umbonile besenza ntoni umbona kwakho?
Ubhayi ndimbonile ukudutyulwa kwakhe ndiye ndacinga uba naye udutyulwe apha kulo mhlaba ongezantsi.
I saw and when he got shot, I also thought that he was shot below. He's pointing below, yes, because in the lower body. As he was directly behind me, he was talking.
Yes?
Ewe. Kwale xesha bebembamba nabo belapha emva kwam ndiye ndeva ba kukhona lo mpu utshoyo.
Even when they held him as he was behind me, I could hear that in fact there was this gun where a shot was being fired.
Phaya ke nam ngexesha ndileleyo bendinexesha ndisuke ndibane ndithukuma.
As I was also lying there, at some times I would also move a little bit.
Ndijonge ngapha ngakumambushi.
And look the direction of Mambush.
Ndibone uba yena ufile.
And I saw that in fact he was dead.
Uba yena ndiyaqiniseka babamgqibezela.
But I am sure that they finished him off.
Thank you.
Engos.
Yes, can we see the next segment?
Cela ke nibonise esinye isiqendu, ndlale esinye isiqendu.
Professor Tatbe. Thank you. Can you tell us this time what you observed about Mr. Nteneja?
Ungasixelela ke ba intoni oyibonileyo phaa ngobhayi okuba umhlekazi uNteneja?
Ndiyambona ubhayi uyatshukuma wachopha.
I could say that he moved and then sat.
Noba nje udizi ngoba uphinde wawa futhi.
Even though he was dizzy because at some stage he fell again.
Yes, and were you able to identify the other person who was dragged and dropped on the floor?
Umbone lo muntu kuthiwa
I won't allow Mpofu to do this at all. He must accept it. We are going to object if he testifies.
That's fine.
Unengxaki ngalento umhlekazi usenior counsel Smenya.
Did you observe anybody else being handled by the police?
Uke wabona omnye umuntu owayebanjwe ngamapolisa pha?
Kange ndijonge ke kwelicala lakhe ndiyibona apha kwivideo ngoku leni into.
I in fact they never looked at his direction on his side, but I've just seen this one on the video.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, it's completely my fault. When I am asking you the questions now, I'm referring to what you've observed on the video, more than what you observed on that day. And I think from that answer, I did not make it clear.
Uthi ke uyabona ba ibe impazamo yakhe uthi nxe kuloo ndawo kodwa ke imibuzo akubuza yona ubhekisa kule video hayi into wayibonayo ngalamini.
Chairperson, if the clip can be played again, there is a particular portion which I'm not sure that it is it. Okay, I'm told it was on this clip, and I'll indicate when to pause, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Cela iphinde idlalwe kakhona ngoba ikhona le ndawo ufuna uyidlala uzawuthi ke xa kufikwa kuyo ba mabayibambe apho.
Okay, can you do it almost like bit by bit, because the part I'm looking for is close, and I'll tell you when to stop. Slowly. I'm sorry. Can you do play it but slower? Like you did? If you can go back slowly and just play this part, and Mr. Magidiwana, can you just observe the feet of the policemen and their boots?
uba ngabuyisa umfancinci idlalwe ke ngoku kungakhawulezi kuhlekazi kujonge iinyawo zamapolisa neebhutsi zawo.
Yes, sorry if you can just do that part for the last time. Mr. Magidiwana, and can you then tell the Commission what you've observed in relation to the pointers I gave you?
Ucelile lokugqibela uzawutsho ke ngoku wena Mzoxolo uba yintoni uyibonayo phaa.
All right. What have you observed on that portion of the clip, Mr. Magidiwana?
Apha kule ndawo le soyibona lapha ku video yintoni othe wayiqaphela?
Ukhaba umuntu oleleyo.
He's kicking someone, a person who is lying down.
Qombe inyawo lakhe noba likwezithuba.
I should think that his foot is just on this part, he's pointing at his cheek, right cheek, Commissioner.
Okay, what is he kicking the person with? What did you see exactly?
Umkhabanga ntoni ngendlela othe ubona ngayo?
Ngeref.
With the boots.
And is the person who is being kicked with the boot, does it look like he is attacking that policeman?
Lo mntu ukhatywa phaa ngeriver ubonakala ingathi la polisi uyalihlasela yena.
Hayi mhlekazi.
No sir.
Thank you. We can move on.
Singaqhubekeke Nkosi.
Thank you very much. Can we move to the next clip? Thank you. The next segment. Thank you. Mr. Magidiwana, just one question on that section. What did you observe in relation to the protesters and the Nyalas?
Ndizakubuza umbuzo obemnyeke ngale miqobo yodlala. Intoni oyibonileyo pha ngabaqhankqalazi nangenyala iHippo esi?
Endiyibonayo ziihip ezisukela abantu.
What I saw, it was the Inyalas that were in fact pursuing the people.
Yes, thank you. Next segment, thanks.
Video elandelayo.
Thank you. Just one or two questions here. And until now, the evidence seemed to suggest that all the arrests were made at scene 2 when the people had been put on the ground. What did you observe on this clipping in relation to the arrest of protesters?
Into ebithetheka pha ke kubungqina buthe banikwa kwixesha edlulileyo into yokuba abantu bathe babanjwa kwisehlo sesibini apho babelaliswe khona phantsi kodwa xa ujonge kule video yintoni ethe wayibona wena xa sithetha ngalo mba wokubanjwa kwabantu?
This witness cannot be an eyewitness to that, and he cannot testify on it.
Alinawukwazi ukunika ubungqina balo ngento elibone ngamehlo ngoba ngento ayibone ngamehlo ngoba akanawukwazi unika ubungqina balo.
To that, Mr. Mpofu, I don't think that takes the case very much further by getting one witness to say what he sees on the video. The videos are before us. There may well be argument later as to what one can see.
Yes. Chairperson,
and as I say, your argument as to what is on the video won't be strengthened or corroborated by what the witness has to say. So I think there's something to be said for what Mr. Semenya said.
Yes, Chairperson, I'll withdraw the question. More so on this one, there's a loaded word like arrest, which might have legal meanings. Yeah. So can we move on to the next segment?
uzawugqitha umbuso le ndlela okanye umba ulandelayo.
It's alleged, again by the union leaders, this time AMCU, alleged that some of the members of NUM came out of some offices and they started firing gunshots at the AMCU members who were going towards that stadium to listen to what would be, I suppose, would be a report back from the union NUM as to what may have resulted of the negotiations that were being held behind closed doors. Now, when those gunshots went off, 2 people apparently died. We now understand that those indeed had died. And that is when AMCU claimed that those were their members. Again, NUM said that no, but those were our members that were killed. Now, on Monday, police are called in to essentially come and defuse the situation, to come and disarm the workers and get them to disperse from a hill that they had gathered. And that is when 2 police officials died or lost their lives. Now, that figure kept rising as we heard, I think it was on Tuesday, that a 10th body had essentially been recovered, had died as a result of this strike action by the workers. And
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. That is, everyone will be relieved to hear that is the last segment of that video. There's still this.
See on that segment.
Well, I'm going to deal with it now, Chair.
Remember what I said that...
Yes, no, I'm bearing that in mind, Chair. I'm not going to go to town at this stage. Mr. Magidiwana, with particular reference to the people who are lying on the ground, if you observed them, and then there are the policemen who are standing, are you able to say if the people who are lying on the ground are all dead or some are still alive? with indication to the movements, if any, that you might have observed?
Chair, I don't know Mr. Magidiwana's talents, but if he's able to say somebody lying down is dead or alive.
Okay, were they moving? I'm sure he has talents to see movement.
The problem is we can see it as much as the witness can. I mean, you know, what's the point of calling a witness to say, I'm looking at the video and I can see something moving? And we all look at the video.
It's leading up to the question. I just need to. Yeah. Thank you. Well, did you see people moving?
Kuyabuzwa ke uba kwa abantu bebonakala nje bekho amapolisa ami ngenyawo na bantu baphaya uke kuwabona kukho abantu abashukumayo kwabantu babonakala belele phansi.
Bebekhona abantu abeshukuma.
Yes, there are people who were moving.
And did you observe whether or not the policemen who were standing there were attending to the people who were moving and possibly still alive?
Uke wabona amapolisa ke bonakala ngathi anceda aba bantu babonakala beshukuma.
Dithe kenye imini
I said on the other day.
Khupha nefoni esifota.
I said on the other day that they were laughing and taking out their phones and shooting photos of us.
Thank you. Yes, no, that's fine. We do have evidence, objective evidence of the laughing, but it is only at scene 2.
Sinabo ke ubungqina ke ba le ndawo bahleka kuyo kodwa ke ivela leyo kusehlo sesibini.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you can, on this one, I just want you to try and observe the journalist that you testified about. It's quite a fleeting appearance, so it's a very short one. Can you play the last one, the SABC News? Chairperson, if I may indicate, this footage was on the 7 o'clock news 2 days ago. And I just spotted it fortuitously, and it seemed to deal with this issue.
Utikele ayikhonde kakhulu kodwa uyifumene pha ku SABC idlalwa izolo linye ngo 7 o'clock uyatsho.
Advocate Ngilwana was telling him a tall tale. Ngilwana said police would call a witness known as Mr. X to testify to these facts. Magidiwana later told the commission that at least 2 journalists saw how he was assaulted and repeatedly shot by police while lying on the ground. He said not everything that happened on the kopie had been exposed. Voldikarolsa is...
Thank you. Apart from the journalist, Mr. Magidiwana, on that clip, what did you observe in relation to the policemen who were handling guns?
Kaphandle ke kwala ndatheli yintoni ebonileyo ngala mapolisa abephethe imipu.
Ndibona ba afole iline.
I saw that they were standing on a line.
Yes, and when they got closer to the bodies to where you were lying down?
Kwathi ni xa besondela ke ngoku apho emizimbeni apho nawo awulele kumizimba apho awulele khona nawo.
Njengoba esondela nje ziyavakala ilanto okudubula kwabo nabo nje basilele.
They were coming closer, the gunshots, in fact, as they were shooting at the time we were lying, they could be heard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Some of the material, as the Chairperson has repeatedly indicated, will be dealt with in argument in more detail. Thank you, Chairperson.
Something else, the re-examination proper.
Yes, Chairperson.
I think I should indicate at this stage that inasmuch as some of the matter that you introduced was new matter, I understand you did it because you only found the footage later.
Yes.
I will obviously give any party wishing to cross-examine on new matter the opportunity to do so.
Yes, yes, Chairperson. In the event that there is new matter, I was careful to deal with issues that were dealt with in re-examination, such as the tear gas and so on. But if
referring to these videos, which
yes,
you haven't seen before.
No, I'm saying I'm also referring to the
suggested that things were on the videos which people may not agree are visible,
yes,
and I'll give them an opportunity to cross-examine if they wish to do so. They may take the line that they'll argue it later and the video can be seen during argument, but it would only be fair,
Yes.
in accordance with procedural fairness, for me to permit them to cross-examine if they wish to do so.
kuthiwa ke kwiividiyo ezisandofumaneka bezingekho ngaphambili namanye amaqela engafumananga ithuba into bazobuza ngezo zinto ezo ngenxa bezinto ngokungona zibonakalayo zivakalayo bazawunika ithuba noba nabo bake babuze imibuzo ngazo ezo zinto ezo kuba izoba indlela efanelekileyo kufuneka ilandelwe leyo.
The police version is that when, or rather, just before the volley of shots was fired, the protesters were approaching the police in an attacking formation.
Amapolisi bathetha into yokuba phambi ke kuzodutyulwa ke laa mvula yeembumbulu abaqhankqalazi aba babesiza ngendlela bebona loba bezohlasela amapolisa bona.
And we've already dealt with Exhibit L206.
Besesithethile ngayo ke loo nto phaa kuqobo lwamapolisa u-L206.
If you can turn to L207, Exhibit L207.
Uba singaya kuqobo lwamapolisa elibizwa Exhibit L siye ke ngokumfanekiso lo ubizwa u-207.
I'm sure it will be common cause that these were the people who were coming behind you, behind your group.
Into yokuvunyelwa ngayo le into yokuba aba bantu babonakala apha ngaba abantu besize emva belandela iqela eli lakho.
And according to the caption there, it says they are moving past the crawl, and it seems to be near the same tree that you testified about earlier in the
I
crawl.
doubt this would be common cause that they were in a separate group. It may well be contended that they were part of one group. But anyway,
But that they were behind him,
not
yes.
spend time on it.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, can eliminate the group thing. But that we know from the video, and I don't want to play the video again, we know from the video that there were only 3 people in front of you. One of them was Mr. Noki.
Siyazi na ngexesha besijonge phaa evidweni into yoba abantu babephambi kwakho bathathu omnye wabo yayingumhlekazi lo uNoki.
It is on that basis that I was suggesting that they were behind you. And also the caption put by the police to that photo.
Yiloo nto ke bendisithi abantu bebesemva kwenu ndiyithethe loo nto ngenxa yento ebhalwe ngamapolisa apha ke kulo mfanekiso.
And the question which you may or may not be able to answer is whether from that picture one can observe what is called an attacking formation, whatever that is.
Noba ungakwazi uphendula okanye ungakwazi uphendula umbuzo kodwa ke xa umuntu ejonge kulo mfanekiso kubonakala ingathi yindlela abame ngayo noba ingathi ngabantu abahlaselayo.
Akunjalo mhlekazi.
It is not so, sir.
Thank you. Now, can we just deal with, there seems to be another confusion which needs to be cleared up, if you may assist the Commission. The impression that was given, at least by the cross-examiner, was that the numbers allocated to the protesters that appear in Exhibit L206 and in L208 are supposed to correspond. I just want us to deal with that and clear it out.
Into endifuna ke ngoku silungise sizoyisho ukuqapha ke ngoku ngathi bibhida kakhulu uyive nakeli xesha lo bebuza imibuzo bebuza xa ijonge apha kumfanekiso u-206 inani labantu xa azajonge nalapha ingathi kwalelo nani livela kwalapha ku-206 eli lapha ku-208.
Firstly, let's start with you. Your number there is number 1. Is that correct?
Masiqale ngawe ke xa sijonge amanani abhalwe apha wena nje masibone wolathiwe apha nangapha wena ubhalwe njengo number 1 injalo lonto.
On L206 you are number 1.
Apha ku-206 wena kuthiwe number 1 uyayibona?
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
And on L208 you are still number 1.
Nalapha ke ku L208 usabhala uba number 1 ne?
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes, so the only confusion there seems to be the fact that Mr. Semenya put it to a previous witness that was Mr. Noki. We now know that it is you.
The point was made by Mr. Tebeza in his cross-examination.
And Mr. Tebeza cleared it up. Maybe I should say. Yes. Yes. Anyway.
You might undo it in the process. I don't think Mr. Tebeza would like you to do that.
No, it is in consultation with him, Chairperson. Or in collaboration. Collusion.
Qala kwayisithi ke senior counsel Semenya uNoki lo kanti kuye wa senior counsel Tebeza wayilungisa lona ngoba kwabonakala into ba lo muntu lo ubhalo number 1 nguwe.
And although, as Mr. Semenya pointed out, that I'm not a witness, I think it can be observed that number 2 is also number 2 on L206, on both 206 and 208, and I'm sure you won't quarrel with that.
Nangona ke betshilo na senior counsel uSimenyile ba ndilungqina mnapha kodwa ke xa sijonge lapha ku-206 lo muntu okubhalwe okanye umfilo okubhalwe unumber 2 kuye apha ku-206 xa siya ku-208 sikwabona into yoba kwalapha babeke kwa-u2 ne he's nodding the head.
Yes, I don't want to stop you unduly, but when the police come and give evidence and they try to establish that the factual material, the evidential material in Exhibit L is correct, you will then obviously have an opportunity to deal with it. You will be cross-examining on the basis of what one can see on the photograph. So, as I've said to you before, your cross-examination then, and the argument you will advance later in this regard, isn't going to be rendered any stronger by the fact that this witness has already, in response to questions, some leading and some not, already made the point that you want to make. So I don't want to be unduly technical, because I understand you've got a difficult job to do, but we must have regard to the expense that is incurred every day in this hearing.
Yes, well, Chairperson, you know my answer to that. It's only those who get paid who might know the expense. But just one more question, Chairperson. The only question really that I wanted to ask is the person identified as number 3 in L208 is Mr. Noki, isn't it?
Umbuzo ke ngifuna ukubuza ke apha ngawo kulo apha ke ngoku kulo mfanekiso kuthiwa ngunumber 3 naxa sibuyela ku-208 kulo ku-code 3 apha kulo mhlekazi umambushi lo kuthiwa nguNoki lo
number 3 kweli ngumambushi nandijongile kodwa ke ndixake ngoba yena nam ndichiyana nje kancinci naye.
Yes, this person here who is referred to as number 3 is Mambush, and I'm facing him. But what really also confuses me is that as I'm facing him, there is just this small gap between myself and him here in the picture.
Yes, despite that, the only issue really is whether, if you go to L206, the person who is pointed as number 3, is that Mr. Noki?
Okay, singayeka leyo. Lo ke ngoku wena Mzoxolo ne apha kulo mfanekiso 206 obhalwe number 3. Kungansika lo umambushi lo?
Ayinguyanga.
It's not him.
Okay, thank you. There's just one more, another aspect that I'd like you to clarify.
Omnye umba ndiyawuthanda uba mawucacise ke.
Okay, all right, Chairperson, this is something that I can achieve by other means.
Uthi le uyawuzama ukuthi ayifumanise okanye ayazi ayifumanise ngezinye indlela.
There's an issue which was canvassed with you in cross-examination about there being two groups at the copy. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula kulo mbuzo ubuzwa ngela xesha kwakuthiwa kwakho amaqela amabini phaa entabeni. Usayikhumbula ngexesha wabuza umbuzo njalo?
Ayikhumbula sitshiwo.
I remember when that was said.
And that it was suggested was because there was a gap between the so-called front group and the rest.
Kwathiwa kaloku ngoba bayabona uba ikhona lo msantsa okanye ikhona le gap ikhoyo phakathi kweli qela liphambili behlukene apho kwabanye abekho abadibenanga nabanye abantu apha.
When I compare on such.
Yes, I remember when that was said.
Can you just go to slide 190?
Like you see slide 190.
And maybe in your own words, in relation to whatever gaps you might see there, identify how many groups you can see there.
Kulento ibithetheke ke ngoku xa ujonga apha kulo mfanekiso khawusixelele ke njengoba ujonga apha ubona ke ngoku amaqela amangaphi apha.
Maninzi.
There are many of them.
And in relation to the gap, you see that there are people on that picture who are on the big mountain on copy 1.
Ke ngoku xa sithetha ngalo ngeso sithuba siphakathi kwabo ne lo gap uyabona uba kukho abantu baninzi bahlala apha ke ngoku le ntaba linkulu. Yes.
And between them and the other people, the other group in front of them, there's a gap. The question is, when you look at that picture, the gap between that front group and what I would call the middle group, and the gap between the people on the copy and that middle group, which gap is bigger?
Uthi ke ngoku xa ijonge ke ngoku aba balapha phambili kubekho ke ngoku aba balapha engathi baphakathi bona ane kuze kubekho ke ngoku aba balapha apha entabeni xa ijonge kuzo ngephi indawo isibona bakukho igap okanye isithuba esikhulu kuzo.
Ile iphakathi kwentaba lenkulu. Ile phakathi kwentaba ile.
It is this gap that is between the people, in fact, who are in the main or the big copy.
Yes, but the big copy and what I've termed the middle group.
Goke uthi ke isithuba siphakathi kwaba balapha kule ntaba enkulu neli qela besithi liqela eliphakathi eli. Uthi yiyo igap enkulu le phakathi kwabo. Yes.
And in relation to the other gap, which I suppose is the smaller gap, from what you've said, between the people who are sitting in the two different copies, there's another gap, and which one is the bigger gap between that gap and the gap in front?
Sorry, Council, I didn't follow.
Sorry, no, I'm saying there are also, you can also observe in that picture that there's a group that's on road copy and there's another gap that is on copy 2. Yes, copy 2, the smaller copy. And I'm asking the same question about the gaps in relation to what is between those two groups and the front group gap that was testified about in cross-examination.
Uthi ke ngoku ukwabuza kwale xa ijongile kopi le athi intaba lincinci nalinkulu ukwabuza ngendlela efana nje ebuzile ngomgama ngopho omkhulu xa ijonge kula maqela lapha njeba ngoba uthi nakulapha kule ntaba yokuqala kukho abantu abahleliyo.
Umgama nalapho kubo kuzo zombeni ukhona.
Even between the two of this group there is indeed a distance or a gap.
Uthi ingathi ngiyena omkhulu kakhulu.
But this one looks even wider.
Okay. I thought the witness said the Ngowona Umkhulu, which was
It's
the
widest.
widest.
It means referring to the gap.
Yes.
Wider than the other one. That's why I'm saying it's wider. I was referring to the first one.
No, but the witness didn't. Okay, that's fine. All right, look, we'll also leave the rest of that issue to argument.
We can all during argument bring our magnifying glasses along and have a look at the photographs and decide for ourselves which gap is wider.
Yeah.
We don't need, with respect to the assistance of Mr. Magidiwana, to solve that problem.
Yeah, but Chairman, you know the point I'm making, so I won't even justify it. Okay.
Tuyayazi ke indaba azama uyicacisela kodwa ke kha soza afuna ukube ngathi uyayithetha kanye uyazathusa.
Right. The issue about slide 191 and the measurements there, Chairperson, I'm going to assume I was going to deal with the measurements given on slide 191, but on the safe assumption that there will be another inspection, then I will defer that.
Uthi ke bezawubuza ke ngokumejara kwenziwayo apha kodwa inxeba kukho lento ithetha ka ingathi ungaphinda kuyiwe kuloo ndawo sihlawuza saka kuyo uzawuyeka lo mbuzo ke kuloo nto leyo.
Oh, yes. Among the key, or rather the what I call the rhetorical questions, this one might have been made as a statement. You asked a question which may become important at the end, so I'd like you to clarify that for the Commission. You said that if the police had waited until you either crossed the road or turned left into Nkaneng, you would understand their action. And I'd like you to please, because this is, at least from our version, is going to be quite important. I'd like you to explain that evidence to the Chairperson and Commissioners.
Uthi ke ukhomnye umba Mzoxolo obaleke kakhulu apha kule commission acela into yokuba ucacise kakuhle kuvakala. Uthi apho wena uye wathi ukuba amapolisa enilindeni into yoba maninqumle endleleni okanye mhlawumbi nijikele, you said if they turned left.
Words to that effect. The gist of it is that if they had waited, he said something like if they had waited until they crossed the road or do something else, then he would understand. I'm not quoting him verbatim here.
Uthi noma wona engasebenzisi inqo lamazwi awasebenzisa ngokwawuthetha loo nto leyo. Uthi ukuba ke amapolisa enilindele ke ukuba ninqumle indlela okanye nenze enye into ngeuva ngeusithi uyayiqonda ke ngokuloo nto leyo. Usakhumbula?
Do you remember making a statement along those lines?
He says, I remember, Commissioner.
Explain it to us because I think it needs more explanation for me to understand it.
Uthi ke ucinga into ba uyacela uba mawusicacisele ngoba naye ufuna ukuthi bayilandele bayiqonde kakuhle loo nto leyo.
Ndiyayikhumbula loo nto endiyithetha lameni.
I still remember the thing I said on that day.
Unobangela ndithethe kanjalo.
The reason why I said that,
sidutyulwe singakafiki kwasendleleni.
When we got shot, we had not even reached the road.
Izandla zam ziyofika ngasendleleni, umzimba wona awukho sendleleni.
It is fikile endleleni kanye besingasendleleni.
Singasendleleni.
Okay. Njembo Will. As I was lying, my body was not even on the road, and it was my hands that were near or close to the road.
Umbuzo wami ke ngoku ndathi yini na lento babasidubule singakaweli nendlela ukubonakala banyandi besisiya kubo kuba nxa ngabe besisiya kubo bekuzocaca siwele indlela babezotsho nabo bathi sisiya kubo.
That's why then I asked a question that if we had intended to attack them, why did they not at least wait for us to cross the road? And it was going to be obvious that indeed by crossing the road we were approaching or going to them.
Thank you.
Ngosi.
And we know you never reached the road, but as far as you know, what would you have done once you had reached that road?
Siyazi bezange ufike kulondlela leyo. Into ayibuza into ukuba wawufikile kulandlela intoni wawuzoyenza.
Ukufika kwami kulandlela zendizoya enkaneni apho bendisiya khona.
If I had reached that road, I was going to go to Nkaneng, where I had intended to go.
Thank you very much.
Enkosi kakhulu.
The next topic I want to deal with is you've dealt with it indirectly, the issue of the muti and the belief that was ascribed to yourselves.
Uthe mnyumba ndifuna sike sithitsi sixuthele kuwo ngulonke ukuthethwa ngeyeza nenkolelo enaye nabanayo.
In relation to, let's start with the issue of the alleged incisions which were made there.
Asiqale ke ngezinhlanga elixesha abantu kuthiwa baqatshulwa phaya ne.
There are two aspects that I want to deal with. The first one is to confirm that you have stated that such incisions as might be in your body were done in the Eastern Cape during rituals at your home, but more importantly, you have agreed that if the police have an expert which might age those incisions, then they should do so.
Ucacisile uthe wachaza apha into yokuba kokwenu ngokwesiko kwazenziwa intlanga phaa eMpuma Koloni ne. Uthe kodwa ke ukuba bona banayo incutshe engakwazi into yoba izawutsho ibone into yoba kulixesha engakanani ezintlanga zikhona phaa kuwe bangaqhubekeka bayenza into enjalo. Injalo loo nto?
Ewe njira mhlekazi.
Yes, I said so, sir.
Thank you. And secondly, according to Mr. X, the incisions that were done after the burning of the ship were done on people's ears, and you indicated that you had no incisions on your ears. Is that correct?
Into ke esibini ekuthiwa ithethwa ku-X lo yokuba emvani ba ezigusha ke ngoku zitshisiwe abantu kuye kwenziwa intlanga kwabaqatshulwa apha ezindlebeni. Into oyithethileyo ke wena into yokuba awunazintlanga endlebeni. Injalo loo nto?
Ewe.
Yes.
Now, Well, before we move to another issue, Mr. X also testifies that there was a request for a white sheep and a black sheep, which were quickly procured from nearby. Well, do you know if? Well, have you ever seen a black sheep in your life?
U-Exkelo uthetha ngegusha emnyama nemhlophe ezithe zafunwa kwindawo eyayikude kufuphi apho zathi ngokukhawuleza ke uzafunyanwa into afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku umhlekazi uDalimpofu ebomini bakho wena wakwayibona igusha emnyama
zange igusha emnyama zange niyibone
never a black sheep I've never seen it hence I've said that the relevant person for that is him, so that he can come and say where he can come and explain as to where he ever went and bought such a sheep. The relevant person for that is him.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, Chairperson. Okay. Yes. Chairperson, I see that it's tea time.
I'm still hopeful we will conclude the re-examination before the end of the day, and of course there may be some extra cross-examination. We'll take a fairly short tea time. It's now 3 minutes past 3. We must be back here by 20 past the latest.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm doing my best to cut out some of the material.
I'm not suggesting we're not. I'm just reminding you.
Well,
We'll take the adjournment.
Assuring you. Thank you.
Isaidin sabuya kakhona nge 20 past 3.
Thank you.